His Royal Highness Prince Michael of Kent and the RBCC Chairman Roger Munnings, a very warm welcome to this year's online business forum, which we've called COP26, Opportunities for UK and Russian ESG Engagement. My name's Alf Torrance and I'm the Executive Director of the RBCC. Exciting programme, and I know the mood amongst you English football fans will be particularly buoyant today after our convincing win against the old enemy Germany. We've now progressed to the quarterfinals, and there's optimism that we can go even further in this European Championship. But back to business. The forum, as many of you know, traditionally takes place in London. We were very much hoping to be able to do it offline. However, with the lead times, we had to take a decision and opted to go for another online event. I think with the extension of the various lockdown restrictions, that was the right decision, but still disappointing as we're all hoping to get back to business offline events as quickly as possible. I'm confident, however, that in 2022, we'll be doing this face-to-face as we used to do. I'd like to start by thanking our sponsors, without whose very generous support today's event wouldn't be happening. Our platinum sponsor, Vitol, our gold sponsors, EM+, our silver sponsors, BP and Raven, and our bronze sponsor, the International Fund for Technological Development. I'd also like to thank our event partners, the Russian Embassy and the Russian Trade Delegation in London, the British Embassy and DIT in Moscow, the Chambers of Commerce and Industry of the Russian Federation. And of course, most importantly, a very big thank you to all RBCC members and friends for taking the time to participate in today's event. I hope you'll agree that we've got a really full and interesting program, and I hope you'll be able to join, if not for the whole event, at least for some of today's panels. Before I get started, just a few housekeeping points. Throughout the discussion, I'm sure many of you will want to put questions to the panel. There is a chat room function on the live stream, so do post your questions there. If possible, we'll communicate those questions to the moderators, but whether or not they answer those questions depends really on the flow of the conversation. If you're really keen to have them answered, please follow up with an email and we'll endeavour to get an answer to you. As we usually do, we will post today's recording on the website, and that will happen at some point next week. I'd also like to draw your attention to the pre-recorded messages you may have seen in the waiting room. They're by our patron, His Royal Highness Prince Michael, Dr. Abramov, the Russian trade representative to the UK, and Mr. Sergei Katerin, President of the Chambers of Commerce and Industry of the Russian Federation. We start today's programme with an economic overview, which will set the scene for the panel discussions. Annette Kyobe is the International Monetary Fund's resident representative in Russia. Annette has worked extensively in emerging markets in the Strategy and Policy Review Department and has undertaken numerous other assignments, including the Fiscal Affairs Department, and working on Djibouti, Lebanon, Jordan, and Poland. Annette, delighted to have you with us. I know how extremely busy you are, so we're very grateful that you've taken time out. The floor is yours.
$500 cases per day before this third wave. Soft but targeted lockdown restrictions have been reintroduced in Moscow and other hard-hit regions. As illustrated in the second chart, mobility has decreased somewhat with people working at home. The reduction in mobility, however, is nowhere near the reductions that we saw during the first and the second wave of the pandemic. People are still traveling to restaurants, recreation spots are still open, and it's yet to be seen how this new wave of cases and new wave of lockdowns are likely to affect economic activity. Vaccination is key to a near-term recovery, not just Russia, but everywhere. But vaccination has been lagging in Russia, especially compared to advanced economies. Max vaccination started in December of last year, but it's been slow. As of now, we have 15% of the population vaccinated so far. In the first chart, we compare Russian vaccination rates to those of other countries. Russia, you see in the red bubbled line, vaccination rates are far behind rates in Israel, the UK, the EU, and even the US. In these countries, the share of the population that have received the first and the second dose of vaccination is somewhere in the order of 50 to 60%. Vaccination in Russia is in line with basically the world average. This is the orange line in the chart. But unlike in many emerging markets and low-income countries where the supply of vaccines is a constraint, in Russia, it's rather that public skepticism around the vaccine has prevented a faster rollout. To accelerate vaccinations in the Moscow region and other regions, the authorities have implemented administrative measures that include mandatory vaccine requirements for employees in the service sector and also in the public sector arena across several regions. As you can see from the second chart, these efforts have accelerated the pace of vaccination. Against this backdrop, a strong recovery is still underway, it seems, but that is if it's not compromised by the new wave of infections and lockdowns. Growth was very strong in the first quarter, and high frequency indicators pointed to continued sequential momentum and a solid second quarter of this year as well. In the first chart, we plot industrial production. The last data point that we have is as of May, and you see here that industrial production had increased to something like 12% year on year, which exceeded consensus estimates. In the second chart, we show PMIs. This is Purchasing Managers' Indices, which will give you a measure of the prevailing direction of economic trends in the manufacturing sector and in the services sector in Russia. Both these indicators are above 50%, showing continued improvement compared to previous months. Labor markets are recovering too. The unemployment rate, the last read was in June, stood at 5.2%. This compares to 6.4% at the peak of the pandemic last year in August. Growth in disposable income has also increased, and this is reflected in strong retail trade sales growth. Retail sales were initially very hard hit by the pandemic earlier on, given the reduction in foot traffic to malls. But since then, the Russian consumer has switched to en masse shopping online. And surprisingly, the pandemic has proved to be a significant catalyst for e-commerce, which is booming as a result. Given these developments, we project growth for the year somewhere between the range of 4 to 5%. Large carryover effects from last year, coupled with the rebound in domestic demand, especially consumer demand, and also increasing oil exports are the main drivers of the economic recovery thus far. And by our estimates, the Russian economy has recovered to pre-pandemic levels already. In addition, financial stability risks seem contained at this stage. Non-performing loans and impairment charges haven't increased much, despite the rollback of most of the forbearance measures that the Bank of Russia granted to the financial and banking sector during the peak of the pandemic. The banking system continues to generate healthy profits. Like e-commerce, the banking sector has done relatively well in this crisis, and it's currently earning the highest profits that we've seen over the last 5 years. And this is supported for the most part by a rebound, of course, in economic activity, and of course, the concurrent growth in corporate profits, which has also been supported by digitalization in the economy. The recovery is also fueling an increase in non-oil revenues, and this can be used to increase social spending in the economy, which would provide additional support to the recovery. By our estimations, general government non-oil revenues are going to exceed budgeted plans by some 1 to 1.5% of GDP. The authorities for now are sticking to their budget target, but they could end the year with a lower deficit. Also considering there will be parliamentary elections in September this year, and there could be some demand for further social support for the economy. In addition to improvements in non-oil revenues, oil revenues have done very well too. Higher oil prices have resulted in increased savings in the National Wealth Fund. Those of you that follow Russia closely will know that any oil revenue windfalls above the $40 per barrel benchmark oil price are saved in the National Wealth Fund. And these savings will allow the authorities to invest in infrastructure and support medium-term growth potential. And these are discussions that have been appearing in the public sphere now. To contain the weakness in the fiscal framework from investing in the NWF, the authorities intend to limit the amount of investments from the NWF to some 1 trillion rubles, which is around 1% of GDP over 3 years. And they intend to make this limit independent of oil prices so as not to put at risk the gains that they've made in stabilizing the economy with the fiscal rule. Notwithstanding the quick economic recovery, the pandemic is still likely to leave economic scars. By our projections, real GDP in 2025 is projected to be some 2% lower than what was expected pre-crisis due to less capital accumulation and then, of course, lower labor productivity as a result of that. Though this is significant economic scarring, the output loss is much less than we've observed in previous crises in Russia. And in the second chart, what we plot here is the real GDP index versus pre-crisis levels. And what you can see is that both the global financial crisis, this is 2008, the blue shaded bars, and also the 2015 crisis led to significant scarring in the Russian economy, and output never recovered to pre-crisis levels. So why do we expect better performance this year? I think there's several reasons for that. I mean, the economic decline has been modest relative to many other countries, especially the Q2 decline in GDP last year. But we see this relatively better performance for the entire year as well. So the economy last year contracted some 3% of GDP, and this is compared to a world average contraction of 3.5%. And in advanced economies, this was much higher, at minus 4.9%. Russia's good performance owes to 4 factors. I'll briefly describe these. The first was kind of inherent to the structure of the Russian economy. First off, it's a really small services sector here compared to a large number of European countries. There's also a significant share of protected employment in the public sector, which of course then was not let go. The government continued paying wages and kept people employed. Third, containment indicators were relatively soft compared to kind of rigid lockdowns that we saw in Europe, and were much more targeted from the outset. And last, but definitely not least, the authorities really did mount a significant monetary, fiscal, and macroprudential response to this crisis. And then they were able to do this because of years of kind of orthodox and good macroeconomic policies. I'm sure those of you that have been following Russia for the last couple of years will be well aware of the good macroeconomic performance. And compared to past crises, the economy was just in a much better shape than we saw pre-GFC and pre-2015. Banks were healthy, corporates weren't over-leveraged, so there wasn't a significant amount of adjustment that needed to happen. Having said this, medium-term prospects remain subdued, and addressing low potential growth is going to remain a priority. Growth in the years preceding the crisis, this is over, I think I have here, 2016 to 2019, averaged some 1.5% of GDP. And this is low for a country of Russia's per capita income level. As a result, convergence of income towards advanced country levels has stalled. And in contrast to new member states of the euro area, these are the countries that are in Central, Eastern, and Southern Eastern Europe. They just have not converged to the same extent that the new member states have. And to illustrate, we've charted real GDP per capita relative to the euro area in blue and relative to new member states in orange. And you can see that, since about 2011, income convergence has indeed stalled. At the risk of boring the audience, because I'm sure most of you, have been following Russia for a long time, I still think it's worth repeating. The reform priorities are those that you're familiar with, such as the need to reduce the footprint of the state, improve the business environment, and address governance shortcomings. These priorities remain current and are as important as ever. In this context, the authorities have made some progress. They rolled out what they call the regulatory guillotine last year, which is an ongoing review of all existing rules and regulations that businesses face, and they've cancelled those that don't meet a cost-benefit test. And this, of course, is welcome. But what we want to underscore is that this shouldn't be seen as a substitute to increasing things like competition among firms, and this would ultimately require things like reducing barriers to entry in key product markets, and also leveling the playing field between state-owned enterprises and private sector enterprises. Given the theme of the conference, and given that this is also a much more prominent issue in the authorities' mind, I think it's worth underscoring that the greenification of the global economy and the decarbonization trends that we're seeing does put at risk Russia's oil and gas-centric model. But those of you, again, following Russia closely will know that this also comes with some opportunities. Russia is the world's fourth largest emitter of greenhouse gases. Its energy intensity of GDP, this is the amount of energy required to produce a conventional unit of value, is about 3 times higher than the EU, and this is what I chart here. In part, energy intensity is higher in Russia, again, because of kind of structural factors, climatic conditions in East Russia, and also the country's vast territorial space means that it just costs them a lot carbon-wise to fuel the economy. But I think it also underscores that there's great potential and need to improve energy infrastructure, particularly in utilities, energy, and manufacturing. These are the most carbon-intensive sectors of the economy. Russia's commitments under the Paris Climate Accord are consistent with a business-as-usual scenario. And while there have been a flurry of kind of carbon and energy strategies that have been published recently, official mitigation plans, at least for now, seem relatively unambitious. And as an example, there are no concrete plans, at least at this stage, to reduce energy subsidies or to introduce a carbon tax or quotas, beyond kind of a few pilot projects. I think the one that comes to everybody's mind is the pilot project in the Sakhalin region. And this is all amidst a backdrop of countries considering incentives to transition the global economy to a more low carbon economy. Of course, kind of paramount on everybody's mind is the EU's carbon tax on imports. And at this stage, most estimates that we've seen show that there will be a negative impact on Russian exporters that operate in the EU market. There are several estimates of costs for Russian exporters done by various agencies. We haven't done our own yet. But what we've seen is that most of these estimates will vary. And for now, that's likely because the details around the carbon border adjustment tax are still scarce. We still don't know if they're going to affect scope 1 or scope 2 and which sectors will be covered by the border carbon adjustment tax. But notwithstanding that, at least on initial impact, the cost is not expected to be crippling. But I think the caveat to note is that the decarbonization trend is likely to continue. and costs will mount over time, if not immediately, then in the medium term. And for now, it looks like the plans with kind of reduced oil and gas demand that will come with decarbonization, the Russian oil sector might rely on low production costs for some time to kind of maintain and perhaps capture market share from oil and gas producers that perhaps are higher cost producers and gain their market share as these higher cost producers exit the market. But this is likely to kind of weigh on growth and the economic growth model. But I think I do want to end on a more positive note. I mentioned earlier that there are opportunities. And I think one of the big discussions that we've been having with the authorities have been things around whether Russia will be able to become an important player in the growing hydrogen market. And there have been a lot of initiatives from the private sector already. But of course, this is a relatively new technology, so it's yet to be seen how this is scaled up. With these remarks, I want to thank you for your attention and for joining us. Thank you.
Annette, thank you very much for those insightful comments, and thank you very much for talking about or mentioning the problems and cost of greenification to Russia. It's very much the topic of today's conference, and really it's an area we see where there's plenty of scope for collaboration. Once again, thank you very much for taking time out from your very hectic schedule, and we look forward to seeing you again in the not too distant future.
Thank you.
Right, yeah, thank you, Annette. Now we are moving over to hear from the Deputy Minister of Economic Development of the Russian Federation, Alexei Gruseff, who will appear in a minute.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege for me to address you today, and I sincerely appreciate the kind invitation of the Russo-British Chamber of Commerce. Earlier this year, I had already an opportunity to speak on the economic relations between our countries at the special event, which marked the 100th anniversary of the Anglo-Russian trade agreement. A century ago, the world was completely different. And it's not just because it was COVID-free. Digitalization, energy transition, low-carbon economy, environmental, social, and corporate governance, all these words were unknown at that time. However, there is one common feature between the two epochs. Various challenges and controversies, neither then nor now, should not prevent us from developing open, complementary, and mutually beneficial cooperation. And figures are the best proof of that. In 2020, our bilateral trade looked exceptional. It went up 1.5 times compared with 2019, reaching almost $27 billion. In the first quarter of this year, the positive trend continued. Our trade turnover grew by 17.6% year-to-year. Despite the pandemic, the global economy is gradually recovering and adjusting to new conditions, which also brings additional opportunities for our businesses. And we have witnessed recently a number of positive cases in our bilateral cooperation. In December 2020, 36 OneWeb satellites were launched from the Russian spaceport Vostochny. AstraZeneca started a new production line on its plant in Kaluga region, manufacturing diabetes and heart diseases drugs. Russia's machinery plant, Zaya Podolsk, which started to supply equipment for Riverside Waste Management Plant outside London. And finally, as for the latest developments, early June, a British pharmaceutical company, GSK, signed an agreement with its Russian partner, Servier Rus, to localize the production of anti-AIDS drugs in Moscow. Getting back to environment and power industry, I would also like to mention that we welcome bilateral cooperation in developing hydrogen technologies. Our ministry is already in touch with one of the leading hydrogen companies from the UK, Vitol, and we invite other interested parties to join. Any business in Russia, both local and international, is provided with opportunities to develop green projects using a wide range of state support mechanisms. One of the newly introduced measures is Special Investment Contract, version 2.0, which ensures a wide range of incentives and guarantees for the investor. It is indeed very significant that the first updated version of special investment contract signed was for the green metallurgy plant in Russia, with total investments amounting to over $2 billion. In conclusion, I would like to confirm that our ministry's team is always open for British companies and officials, and we welcome you all to Russia to explore new possibilities for development. Thank you for your attention and wish you productive discussions during the forum.
Great. We are now ready to start our first panel discussion. As you're aware, that's called Meeting Investor Needs Through a Strong ESG Proposition. I'm delighted to introduce its moderator, Roger Munnings. Roger, of course, will be known to most of you as he's chairman of the RBCC Board of Directors. What you probably might not know is Roger's also currently a member of the Board of Directors of Lukoil, Nornickel and Sistema, three of Russia's largest companies. On each of these boards, he has the status of independent director. In 2016, Roger was voted Laureate Independent Director of the Year by the Association of Independent Directors of the Russian Federation. In 2018, he was voted Audit Committee Chairman of the Year by that same organization. And in 2019, he was voted Independent Director of the Year by the Russian Institute of Directors. Roger, a great pleasure to have you. We're all very much looking forward to this panel discussion. I think it's in a very important area. The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you very much indeed. And I pass on my thanks to Alexei Gruseff for his comments, and in particular, the fact that he finished by saying that British business was welcome in the Russian Federation. It's very encouraging to know that. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the board of RBCC, I add my welcome to you to COP26, Opportunities for Russian and UK Engagement. COP26 is the 26th iteration of the United Nations Climate Change Conference, and it'll take place in Glasgow in the UK between the 31st of October and the 12th of November this year. We plan to hold our annual Russia talk in Moscow in person on the 13th of October, just before the UN conference, with a view to following up on today's event and importantly, seeing you in person, our members and colleagues. It's worth running through the specific goals of COP26. They are to secure global net zero carbon emissions by the middle of the 21st century and to keep the global warming limitation target of 1.5 degrees within reach. To adapt to protect communities and natural habitats, to mobilize finance, and importantly, to work together. This spirit of working together to encourage top quality business, trade and investment between the UK and Russia is what drives RBCC and its members. Inherent in top quality business is that the business carries out its role in an economy, local, national or international, by meeting needs in society, using resources as efficiently as possible and in the interest of all of the business's stakeholders, employees, the environment, suppliers, customers, and national budget. That is, the suppliers of all types of capital to the business, as well as to the important suppliers of financial capital. Good business involves clarity and transparency on what a company does, on its aspirations, its values, and on the interpersonal behaviors it looks for from its people. It requires the ability of those responsible for the businesses to seek to understand and take account of the impact of their businesses on everybody and everything the business touches. In human terms, this requires the ability to put yourself as far as possible into the position of those with whom you deal, so as to recognize and value diversity of all types, rather than to try to conform them. ESG, environmental, social and governance management, has always been important to good businesses. It has attracted more focus over the first decades of this century, but that focus has clearly accelerated during the pandemic, as much amongst leading Russian companies as elsewhere in the world. On our first panel today, we will explore meeting investor needs through a strong ESG proposition, and that will be the investors of all types of capital. We have a panel of exceptional experience and performance to consider the topic. I'll introduce each member briefly to you. Fuller CVs are included in the forum papers, and I commend them to you. We want to create a discussion of issues, so if you have any questions for panel members, please submit them via the viewing link where they will be picked up and forwarded to me. So, to our panel members, perhaps each member could raise a hand when I introduce you. First, Charles Tilley. Charles Tilley is CEO of the International Integrated Reporting Council and chairman of CGMA, Chartered Global Management Accountant Research Foundation. CGMA is a joint venture between the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and CIMA, the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, where Charles was CEO to 2016. Charles is a distinguished and prominent advocate for worldwide reform of corporate public and internal reporting to encompass reporting on performance with all types of capital in use in a business as envisaged by ESG. Welcome, Charles. Tjeerd Krumpelman. Tjeerd is with ABN AMRO Bank, based in Amsterdam, and is Global Head of Business Advisory Reporting and Engagement at ABN, and a member of its Group Sustainability Management team. He has more than 20 years of experience in banking, having started as a private banker and investment advisor and moved to head investment teams. Within the International Reporting Council, Tjeerd leads a special interest group on integrated thinking and strategy. Welcome, Tjeerd. Lord Barker of Battle. Lord Barker is currently Executive Chairman of EN Plus Group, a global leader in aluminium production and power generation, with operations on 5 continents and a strong operational hub in Russian Siberia. After an early career in corporate finance in the City of London, Lord Barker became a UK Member of Parliament in 2001 and served as UK Minister of Energy and Climate Change between 2010 and 2014. He's also trustee of the Climate Group. Welcome, Greg. And Andrei Sharonov. Andrei Sharonov's career has a classical balance between academia, administration, government, and private corporate. He's currently president of Skolkovo Business School since 2016, having been dean at the school from 2013. Before that, he was deputy mayor in the Moscow city government responsible for economic policy between 2010 and 2013. And from 2007 to 2010, he was chairman and managing director of Troika Dialogue investment company, heading its investment banking business. Before that, he was Deputy Minister of Economic Development and Trade in the Russian Federation. Andrei is also currently a member of the boards of several Russian companies, from the very large to considerably smaller. Welcome, Andrei. Let's start with you, if I may. How does Skolkovo see the development of ESG matters in Russia? Is it a big part of your agenda these days?
Yes. Good morning, good afternoon for some of us, gentlemen. Yes, it's an important agenda for the school, and let me just mention just a few events, projects, and directions the school leads. So we view sustainability and digitalization as 2 strategic themes in the new rolled out 10-year strategic plan of our school. And we see our role as a partner for the Russian business, for the Russian government, non-profit sector, society, in rapid sustainability transformation in the decade of delivery. And regarding our plans, let me mention that we are going to open a flagship open enrollment education program for sustainability managers. We are trying to relaunch our sustainability center, research center, and advancing operation sustainability performance. Our story in sustainability realm started in 2014, so 7 years ago, with creation of a specialized research center. Today, we as an academic institution are proud to host cutting-edge research in various areas of sustainability, like sustainable business practices, philanthropy, and social transformation. By the way, our research center of philanthropy is the oldest in Russia. Energy transition and climate change, sustainability of consumer market, and sustainability of emerging markets. And we have a bunch of educational programs, including those with international partners like European Institute of Forestry, like Oregon State University. And our initial partner was Unilever, who helped us to create this center. And our current partner is International Paper, the biggest pulp and timber global company. And one good news, our campus just has recently received excellent level of BREEAM in use. Part 1, it's an international green building standards, and we are the only school in Russia with such level of our campus conditions. So our school is a member of an expert council for sustainable development of Russia, which headed by the Ministry of Economic Development, and we participate in the United Nations Principles for Responsible Management Education. It's a global initiative around ESG topics for educational institutions. That's where our school is now.
That's great, Andrew. We'd expect Skolkovo, of course, to be at the leading edge of what's happening in Russia. How do you find ESG filtering down to companies large and small in your experience, both on boards and working with those companies?
Yes, let me just tell about some business initiatives in the area of ESG, in the area of sustainability. There is a growing interest from business in ESG and sustainable development. About 70 leading Russian companies are part of the national network of the UN Global Compact. You know, this initiative and business initiative aim to promote sustainable development principles. Among them are such major players as Rosneft, Vneshekonombank, you see Rusal, Severstal, Norilsk Nickel, Rus Hydro, AFK Systema, Russian Railways, Lukoil, Polymetal. Also, two companies from Russia, Sakhalin Energy Investment Company and Fosagra, where I'm a board member, an independent director, have a high lead status in the UN Global Compact, along with 39 other global companies. As far as the small and medium business regards, they are also considering the agenda of sustainable development. About 44% of the companies from the UN Global Compact list that implement sustainable development goal in their activities are from small and medium-sized enterprises, and 33 are from big businesses, and the rest are from NGOs. Today, many Russian companies have a sustainable development strategy in which, in some cases, element of strategic planning for achieving all these 17 UN goals are integrated. Today, almost 40% of large companies have an officially approved sustainable development strategy, separately or as a part of general business strategy. 25 of large companies have a strategy linked to sustainable development goals. However, for Russian companies, economic sustainable development goals are still more relevant than social or environmental ones. Another interesting information, large mining, energy and telecommunication companies topped the ESG rating of Russian companies. We have a national rating agency, RAX, and it has updated the integral ranking of 130 Russian companies from 24 industries. The top 10 includes companies from such industries as gold mining, petrochemicals, oil and gas, electricity, transportation, telecommunications, ferrous metallurgy, and nuclear energy. The number one, the first place, was kept by Polymetal. It's a gold mining company. Lukoil, which used to be the second, now moved to the third place due to the oil leak on the Kolva River in Komi Republic, giving way to Sibur to be the second in this list. So that's how the corporate approach, corporate segment looks like.
Andre, thank you. Let me move to Lord Barker. Greg, you chair EN Plus Group. Environment's a tough area for you. Could you tell us a bit about the progress in EN Plus Group on ESG matters, and whether you, I know Andre is one of your board members there, but whether you actually agree with him on his comment on Russian progress on ESG?
I make it my policy always to agree with Andre, so I'm not going to stop now.
It's a disclaimer. It's a disclaimer.
We all do.
But good morning, Roger. Good morning, everybody. Great to be in another RBCC panel. Yeah, you're right on the money with this topic. And this year, like no other, we've seen ESG roar to the front of both corporate and investor and wider financial community agendas. And I'm a hero of the long march, having either in business or for longer time in politics been involved in environmental or what you might call more broadly green issues. But I've never seen anything like the momentum that there is now and the dramatic step change in the seriousness that there is, particularly amongst in financial markets. But that is being reflected in the seriousness of boards and companies in the way that they take this agenda. I think, if you go back a couple of years, there were still some people holding out saying, well, this is a bit of a fad, don't get carried away, retain a sense of proportion. I think we can now be very clear that the focus on ESG is something profound, long-term and lasting. And this is a new paradigm that is going to remain with us. And thank goodness for that. There's still some way to go to progress this agenda and to make it really robust. I think, and that for me starts with transparency. There's still a lot of lack of transparency around corporate policies across the environmental agenda, and specifically and most urgently from my point of view, as it relates to climate and carbon emissions. You're seeing a number of companies increasingly report at a macro level their carbon footprint in their annual report, but that's not particularly helpful. It might be helpful for some portfolio managers carrying out certain exercises, but what we really need to see is carbon footprint reflected in the way that companies do business. So take my industry, power and aluminium, and specifically aluminium. I've been pushing now for the last 2 years for the London Metal Exchange to make mandatory carbon reporting obligatory for all of the metals that are traded, and specifically for aluminium. And it seems extraordinary to me that there's still resistance in our sector to doing that. We managed this year to get them to make it optional to put the carbon footprint of the metals traded to display that information, but there's still resistance to mandatory carbon reporting. And for me, that is the very first base that you need to cover before you can make any further strides. It's the old adage, if you can't measure something, you can't manage it. So whether you're in metals, whether you're in consumer goods, whatever your industry, you need to be able to effectively measure your carbon footprint or that of your business. But I'm not in favor of making the perfect the enemy of the good. We have to be realistic. I think we need a pragmatic and gradual approach to this, but be under no doubt of where we've got to end up. You've got to keep, the important thing is to start, but then you've got to increase the level of reporting. You've got to ratchet down the limits on what is acceptable level of carbon emissions. And ultimately, every major sector and really every company has to ensure that their carbon emissions are going to be in line with the national commitments that are going to be reinforced in Glasgow at COP26 this autumn. And more broadly, I think we need to do a lot more to have the same sort of robust and transparent reporting on carbon emissions that isn't there yet, but which is emerging, and there are accepted methodologies and metrics for doing that on a broader basket of what you might call softer environmental issues. And I don't think there's real consensus yet on exactly how that might work, but that's where we've got to get to, because although the climate agenda does lend itself to science-based targets and to very clear auditable metrics, there are other issues which are a little bit softer, but are nevertheless very important, particularly to local stakeholders and to employees. So as we, hopefully, touch wood, begin to come out of this terrible pandemic, although, as we know in Russia, that's by no means a given, as in many places around the world, things are getting worse. But as we look ahead, I think the big lesson from all of this is that whether you're an investor, whether you're a company, whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're an employee, people are much more aware of external risks and external threats. And I think there will be an increasing willingness to take those into account and to change business models and investment patterns to guard against those in the future. But we've got a lot more to do.
And Greg, do you find any pushback from your equity investors in terms of your aims within the company?
Absolutely not. No. If anything, I think the equity markets by and large now are ahead of where most companies are. I mean, it's extraordinary. Even the most hard-bitten New York hedge fund manager, when you sit in front of them now, the first thing they want to talk about is your plan for carbon reduction and your ESG program. Yeah. Before they get to EBITDA even. So I think, also in terms of finance, I mean, we raised, I think, the largest to date facility linked to carbon progress on reducing carbon emissions, over $1 billion in January this year. But across the board, if you've got a good investable project, there's absolutely no shortage of finance, whether that's bank lending or whether that's equity finance for a good solid investment program. The only area where companies or governments are going to struggle is where these projects don't actually offer a sensible market return. Then there's a clear role for concessional finance, particularly in developing countries, developing economies. And we have to recognize that certainly on the climate change agenda, there is market failure, and that there is a clear role for public policy and for public investment to address that.
Greg, thanks. You mentioned carbon emissions. Of course, EN Plus has advantages with its hydropower in central Russia. Do you think it's natural that more business will flow to Russia because of its hydro generating capacity? And how will that disadvantage poorer countries who don't have that capacity?
Well, I think we have to recognize that there will be winners and losers from the low carbon transition. Just as previous industrial revolutions have seen changes in the global economy, and you've seen industries shift from west to east and north to south, so this time around, you're going to see, I believe, particularly where energy intensive industries are concerned, a shift away from those areas that are rich sources of hydrocarbons towards those areas that have an advantage or an abundance of clean energy. Now that obviously in Russia, we're particularly blessed with hydropower. Our group, we are the largest private sector hydro business in the world. We generate over 16 gigawatts on and around Lake Baikal. To put that in context, the Hoover Dam in America is 2 gigawatts or 16 gigawatts. That's bigger than the output of all of Great Britain's nuclear reactors put together. So we have this huge resource of also dispatchable, reliable, clean electricity. The problem that in some cases with renewables around the world is that they are intermittent. And obviously, if you are an energy intensive industry, you need to rely on a stable supply of electricity. But certainly those areas, whether it's from hydro, whether it's offshore, onshore wind, or solar, other forms of clean energy are going to be the industrial winners in the decades to come. And, you know, if you look at the Middle East, for example, another aluminium producer, a competitor of ours, EGA, in Dubai, they're currently building, I think, 2 gigawatts of solar out in the desert to supplant the gas-fired electricity that they currently use in their smelters, or to complement. And that's going to significantly reduce their carbon footprint. So around the world, you are seeing companies move to where you have these abundant sources of clean electricity. And it's a reversal of the argument that was being made up until very recently, that those countries that moved to adopt clean energy and perhaps, you know, subsidize its rollout were going to disadvantage industrial manufacturing. In particular, I had that argument made to me when I was a minister several years ago in the UK. But now you can see, you know, big industrial companies will be looking around to see where is the most abundant source of clean energy, particularly if they are anticipating that the cost of carbon that's inherent in that energy is going to be priced into the cost of the industrial process or the finished goods in the years to come. Carbon pricing is still in its infancy, but I don't think anyone doubts that as we get more serious about the climate agenda, and if we're going to hit those ambitious targets that are going to be reinforced at COP26, that carbon pricing is only going to grow and become a much bigger factor of life for private sector business.
Thank you, Andre. You wanted to add something on government on ESG, I think. You're on mute.
Yeah, thank you, Roger. I would like, if you remember, I've mentioned the academia position, the position of businesses, but now I would like to add some information, some news from the government activities and moves in the direction of ESG. Targets have been developed to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 2030, and the government considers green gas emission reduction by 2030 to 70% relative to the 1990 level, taking into account the maximum possible absorptive capacity of forest and the sustainable economic development in the country. But you know, there is a discussion both outside and inside of the country how ambitious this target is, and there are critics, mostly outside but inside as well, that probably the government should reconsider this figure and to make it more ambitious, bearing in mind this 2050 neutrality, carbon neutrality. Another news, not too fresh, but nevertheless, an expert council for sustainable development has been established based at the Ministry of Economic Development. And what is important, it includes about 60 leading Russian and foreign companies, biggest producers of the CO2 emission. At the first meeting, the heads of companies shared their plans for the implementation of sustainable development project and discussed the prospects for introduction of a carbon mechanism in the EU, noted the need to expand the practice of responsible investment in Russia. The second meeting will be held very soon. Another interesting stuff: in the coming month, the Ministry of Economic Development of Russia will present an updated strategy for socio-economic development of the Russian Federation, with a lower level of greenhouse emission until 2050. And the previous strategy describes 4 scenarios for the development of climate regulation: baseline, intensive, inertial, and the scenario without any government support measures. So far, the ministry proposes to take as a basis the baseline scenario, with an emphasis on improving the energy efficiency of the economy and preserving forest. In this scenario, it's proposed to massively introduce energy-saving technologies, reduce energy losses, to increase the volume of waste processing, to reclaim the largest landfills, to utilize methane, stimulate the production and use of products with a high energy efficiency class, to strengthen the protection of forests from fires and pests, to reduce clear cutting, to include in the natural cadastral forests that have grown on abandoned agricultural land. And probably the last what I would like to say, that there is experiment on Sakhalin, which will begin soon. It's emission trading experiment. The corresponding law should be submitted to the State Duma in this month, and by the February 22, the regulations necessary for its implementation should be developed and adopted. An inventory of emissions will also be carried out, and an information system with a register of participants, projects, and emission volumes will be created. Emission trading is scheduled to begin in mid-2022. Based on the result of the experiment, it's possible to expand it to other Russian regions. Thank you, Roger.
Thanks, Andrei. Is the message then that Russia, despite its vast hydrocarbon resources and other natural resources, really wants to play a committed role in achieving the goals of COP26?
I think so. In the recent World Summit, the Russian president mentioned that it's still one of the main priorities of the country, and we consider how to manage these changes, bearing in mind that the quite specific structure of Russian economy, because this transition might be more painful, or much more painful for Russia due to its historical structure of economy than for some, for example, European countries.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll move now to Ted, if I may. Ted, I asked Lord Barker the question about equity investors. How do you see investors generally treating the ESG agenda? Is it now foremost in their eyesight?
Well, it has increased tremendously just over the last 12 months. I've had more investor calls on the same topics for ABN AMRO in the last 12 months than in the 3 or 4 years before that. And I concur that they start off with questions like, what is your carbon emissions? What is your scope 3? How are you measuring this? How are you measuring your overall impacts? And how are you steering towards the targets that are set out by either planetary boundaries or sustainable development goals or net zero ambitions? And for the financial sector, this is extra, well, the data part of this is extra challenging, because our emissions obviously are with our clients. So our scope 1 and 2, our own emissions, are not that interesting not to investors and not to most stakeholders. But our emissions in our portfolio, in our lending and investments portfolio, they are quite vast and of interest to investors as well. And part of that is also being driven, I would say, by other stakeholders, right? So it's investors that are asking the questions and taking it into account into their calculations. But it's also societal pressure, it's clients that are pushing us to become more sustainable. And it's our own employees in some cases as well, right? Saying this, we need to pay attention to this, and we need to measure, report, and steer the bank into a better direction. And on the reporting side, on the disclosure side, this is where investor interest is really on the rise. They want to see it in your integrated report. They want to see that you have assurance on that data, that you are capable of measuring and managing that data and steering on that data in the same kind of way as you are measuring and valuing your financial data. And this is a journey, so this is still under development, but I do feel that the reporting side has a big disciplining effect on corporates and on banks. The fact that we need to disclose or want to disclose this type of data, embedded into our strategy, embedded into our value creation, into our longer term plans, that is at the heart of strategic decision making and steering companies into the right direction. So the reporting angle, including assurance, including having the relevant methodologies there, is being pushed by investors first and foremost, but it's also being driven by a lot of other stakeholders, and it's being supported by frameworks, by new methodologies, by integrated thinking, by integrated reporting and other standards that encourage this and enable this type of reporting.
Yeah, thank you. I'll come on to the reporting in a bit more detail in a minute, but let's move away from environment for a moment. And do you look at the social side of companies in detail and their governance structures when you're considering lending and investing?
Yeah, so sustainability in the broadest sense is an item when assessing clients, when entering into a deal or into an investment or a loan. And specifically social or human rights aspects are considered a risk or can be considered a risk when entering into an investment or a loan. So the social aspect there is crucial. I think governance is also crucial, but it's been there for a longer time. So we have more data, we have more expertise, we know what to look for. And on environment and social, we're still developing this. It originated from a risk perspective, and that's where it's still very crucial, right? So you want to limit the risk on a client level on the broad sustainability topic. What we see now developing at the same time is the opportunity. So the opportunity of improvement with sustainability linked loans, with green bonds, with incentives being embedded into loan structures to encourage companies to become more sustainable. And this can be very practical. This can be on an entity level, on a portfolio of vessels or ships or real estate, where we say, okay, we'll do this loan, but we'll give you a reduction on the interest rate if you reach these and these sustainability hurdles. And that is actually a real best practice of both measuring and rewarding sustainability, but also helping your clients improve on their sustainability performance. So it's an integral part, both E, S, and G. I think the G has always been there for banks, and the E and the S are very much on the rise.
And do you find any resistance with companies when you want to carry out due diligence on their social performance and governance performance, and to what extent would that be a deal breaker for you?
So on your first question, do we find any resistance? It depends a little bit on the sector and on the type of company. It's a clear, if there is resistance, it's a clear indicator for us to ask more questions. So it actually encourages us to do more. And we did see a couple of years back when we were starting with this, that maybe we as a bank, we were a little bit ahead of the curve, and clients were less used to answering some of these questions. But now it's very common for banks to ask these questions. The fact that we ask them is also encouraging for clients to be more open, more transparent in their own disclosures. And we see it as an opportunity of engagement, right? So we don't see it as we don't use it as a tool to reject clients. We want to do business. It's in our commercial interest to do business with the right clients, and if we can help them become more sustainable, then that is a double win for us, for the client, and for the planet, of course. So there are some cases where clients would say, well, we don't have the information, or we need to structure it first, or we need to find it. Sure, we'll give them time. If they are refusing to give this information, then that could definitely be a deal breaker.
Thank you. Let me just pop back to Lord Barker for a moment. N+, of course, is wrapped up in its environmental performance and had some governance issues, I think, historically, which have now been rectified and sorted out. Where are you on social performance, Greg?
Well, it's a very important issue for us. And we like to think that with a majority of independent directors on our board, that we really have set a new standard for corporate governance and transparency in Russian corporate life. But we've also, may not be the only one, but we're also at the leading edge of Russian public companies that are wanting to represent the views of a wider group of stakeholders, not just investors, on the board. So this year, we brought onto the board a fabulous woman that has that's come from a trade union background, that came from a pool of nominees that were recommended by the trade unions within our group. She lives and works in the area of our operations in Siberia, and brings a very important and rather different perspective to the group deliberations. And although she only came on at our AGM last month, I think having that additional viewpoint around the board table is going to be really important in giving meaning to the idea that we want to have a wider conversation, not just about the all-important financials, financial performance of the business, but also its, the wider stakeholder interests.
Look, I don't know how you can run a business without knowing how the people at the coalface are feeling about the business itself. I mean, it's absolutely critically important. So that's very positive news, and let's hope that it's followed by other companies, not just in Russia, of course, but around the world. I mean, historically, I think the UK has experience of trade union members being not necessarily constructive, at least in public. But do you find the opposite to that?
Well, certainly we have found close cooperation with the unions and the workers' councils invaluable in navigating our way through the COVID pandemic. So I chair a fortnightly, and during the height of the pandemic, weekly crisis committee. And very early on, we had the Sergei Filipov, the head of trade unions within the group, was invited onto that committee as an equal member. And he's been extremely important, again, in bringing a slightly different perspective as to how we manage that crisis. And we've found, particularly in something like the COVID crisis, where confidence in information and understanding the viewpoint of not just our workers, but also a wider group of stakeholders in the communities where we operate is absolutely vital. And you need several different perspectives. Implementation strategy for dealing with the pandemic. So, as you said, Roger, if you don't engage effectively as equals with the trade union movement, certainly in Russia, then it'll be hugely disadvantaged. And we've actually found them to be excellent partners, highly responsible. Of course, they come with a particular agenda, as everybody does. But we found them to be extremely responsible partners, and that we're better and stronger for having that close relationship with them.
Yeah, and pride in business is another, in your business, at whatever level, is another huge factor in Russia, I find, I must say. Let me move on to the area of measurement now, because as Lord Barker said, you have to know how you're making progress when you set goals. And so you have to be able to measure. And some of the areas we've been talking about, some of the intangibles are much more difficult to measure than anywhere else. So I'd like to bring in Charles Tilley, if I may. Charles, to tell us how the International Integrated Reporting Council looks at areas of measurement for the future. Charles.
Well, good morning, Roger, and hello to everybody. It's great to be part of this important conference and actually this fascinating conversation, which could go on for a long time, I think. I mean, clearly climate change and growing inequality are issues that are intensifying, and the pandemic has really shown into or thrown into sharp relief the interconnectedness of the world, and how issues many thousands of miles away can affect the viability of your business model and the sustainability of a company's operations. And as already been mentioned, you know, trust is hugely important, and the confidence of society is hugely important. And I think the change that we're seeing here is, you know, that there is a clear need for that reciprocity between enterprise value creation, you know, the value you're creating for your investor, and the value that is being created for society and the environment. And these are, there's nothing new here, but it seems to be a realization which has only arisen relatively recently, both as a global issue and one which one's hearing here in Russia. And it was interesting in the previous session to this to hear the reference to the Greenification Agenda and how that's going to be addressed. And the really significant change that's happened then in context of the value of companies is that, you know, 30, 40, 50 years ago, the vast majority of the value of a business sat on its balance sheet, 80, 90% of that value. Today, globally, and looking at all companies, that figure is down to around 10%, with 90% being in the intangible value area, the sustainable area. So it's hugely important, and clearly, therefore, it's really important to capital markets. They need to understand how that value, and they're at the moment being challenged in understanding that value, which comes to the measurement piece. The quality of reporting is absolutely key. And it's not just reporting to investors, it's also reporting to your lenders and governments. I mean, listening just now to Tilley and talking about the information that they require at ABN just demonstrates how important this whole reporting issue. It's the reporting that creates ultimately the trust. And we've also heard Lord Barker emphasising, you know, that whole transparency piece. And we know that transparency of information improves performance, and there's really clear evidence on that front. And so, excuse me. So, how companies disclose how they're creating value, and this is now so much in the climate area and the wider SDG area, is critical, and that allows investors then to compare how companies are operating based on those disclosures and reward companies with strong holistic performance. And so that quality of reporting is hugely important, and it's for that reason that one of the things I wanted to reference here today, Roger, was the fact that you've referenced the International Integrated Reporting Council. Well, I'm delighted to say that on the 1st of June, the International Integrated Reporting Council merged with the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board to create the Value Reporting Foundation. And the purpose of doing that was to connect the issues of an overall integrated reporting framework with the critical standards related to how you're actually measuring the sustainable issues. And of course, linking that also to the accounting standards. And we've also developed a set of integrated thinking principles, which are around supporting the decision making. And these tools, I think, are critical to how businesses operate, and they're widely adopted globally. And I'm glad to see that it's now beginning to be adopted in Russia, which is really, really good news. And why did we actually merge? Well, it was to this demand for rationalization. I mean, around the world, we're hearing that there is a minestrone soup of sustainability standards and corporate reporting frameworks. And there's a real desire to bring that together with a single way of managing and reporting one's activities. And so that's why we came together. A key element of that is the work of the IFRS Foundation, which has announced that it's going to set up a sustainability standards board. And we're working very closely with them. We're part of their working group to develop those standards, to sit along accounting standards, to be connected, to give an overall comprehensive reporting framework and standards to support that. We're clearly very much on a journey as again Lord Barker referenced, and it's very much about climate first, but then moving on to sustainability more widely. For me, the key elements that we're talking about here, firstly, have we got the right data? We heard Chair talking about that, and I think it is we're all pretty good at producing financial information, but when it comes to sustainability information, this is a real challenge for many businesses. And so getting to that quality data and data that can be assured is critical. We then, as businesses, and I think this is the next challenge, is how do the organizations really create value, not just for their investors, not just for their customers, but for all of their key relationships, so their employees, their supply chain, and for wider society. And those needs are changing, and do they understand how those needs are changing, particularly the societal needs in delivering these sustainable development goals? And the external environment is also changing, and technology being a huge driver in that. So have you got the data to really address those changes? And then from that, you can take your decisions. It's not just about risks, it's also about the opportunities. It's about looking at it on an integrated basis. And from there, you are able then to, hopefully run your business on a long-term sustainable basis, but also give confidence to your investors that that's what you're doing and that therefore you're a company which is worth investing in. I'll stop there.
Okay, Charles, thank you. Let's take social capital, human capital, for a moment. I can understand the value of questionnaires and seeking the views on the staff on their motivation and how they like business on a no-names basis and clearly independent. What I'm having trouble with is the concept of attaching a hard value figure to the human capital in the business. Is that what's being advocated, or are we just saying you need to have the processes in place to make sure that you're treating your staff and motivating them so they so they can realize their aspirations in the business? Which of the two? I can't quite separate the two. Can you help me?
Well, I can, because I think you and I both as accountants would probably say that quite a lot of the valuation basis on the financial accounting on the balance sheet is pretty suspect. So I absolutely am not advocating for putting these values on the balance sheet. I think that is only going to create more complexity and actually less understanding. What I think though is really important is that you understand the value drivers related to your people, and what are the issues which are going to motivate them, and what are the issues which are going to do the opposite. And I think we're all, you read in every set of accounts that people are our most important asset. Is the board really focused upon ensuring that is the case? And I think the pandemic has helped people understand just how important these are. So the measures, I think, are really critical, but getting the right measures, and particularly, an integrated and coordinated set of metrics which actually incentivize everybody to work together, is incredibly difficult and requires a huge amount of effort. I felt when I was the last few companies, organizations that I've been running, I'd spend weeks every year getting my metrics right for the forthcoming year. And, we did a pretty good job, but every year something went wrong. There were always unintended consequences. But to just move to another area, which is also sort of related to this and your valuation point, I'm on the advisory board of a company which specializes in data valuation. And again, this is not to put the value on onto the balance sheet, but it's actually to establish what is the really valuable data, and that the data that the board should then be focused upon, and actually thinking about in terms of, are we really managing this valuable data? And because many times we're just thinking, have we got it, or reconciling it, or whatever. But it's actually, how are we managing really key aspects, which goes to the heart of how you're running a business. What are the key value drivers, and do you really understand those value drivers, and how you can therefore improve them and mitigate the risks?
Yeah, that makes it a lot clearer to me. Chair, do you want to add to that, I think?
Yeah, so I as I understood your question, Roger, it's more related to the monetization part of impact or value creation. And we are in a lot of debates around this quite often. And I think one of the monetizations that people are getting used to or are more accustomed to now is carbon pricing, right? That is socially and reporting accepted. It's been accepted already. But 10 years ago, that was ridiculous. To put a price on carbon, that was right. But the discussion around monetization is kind of overshadowing the importance of value creation. The fact that your people, your staff, are your biggest value driver, or can be your biggest value driver, that notion is important. And then the next notion is, how are you going to measure how that's going? What are your key risk indicators on that? How do you know if they are happy, if they are going to stay with you? Do you just measure turnover, or do you measure all this other stuff? And then putting a price on it at some point, and that's why I like the comparison with carbon. You need to know your carbon, because that's going to be a risk or an opportunity, or it's going to be something at some point. And then once it's matured, and the models are there and the data is reliable, that's when, if you want and if it's helpful, you can put a price on it. And the only upside of pricing it, if we all agree on the price, it's comparable. That is the upside of monetization. But the biggest value is in the process before it.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, that would be my experience from running businesses too, Tid. Thank you, Tid and Charles.
Can I just come in, Roger? Yeah. I mean, the other thing that is so important to think about, and this comes to a whole range of risks, but is actually your supply chain as well. And where there are so many times when you're thinking about running your own company and the measures related to that, but are you really applying those principles to your supply chain? And we've seen here in the UK, so many examples of companies where really not thought about their suppliers. I think the latest example would be a fashion chain which was using what was equivalent of slave labour in the UK, and that had it wasn't just it needed sorting out. It also had a massive impact upon the share price as well. What you're thinking about is not just your organisation, but everybody who works with you to create the products for your customers and for wider society.
Yeah, thank you, Charles. I think that, I mean, the reality is that we have a lot of internal information which we use for management purposes, which we could usefully be transparent on and use externally to show our progress towards the goals we're seeking. Charles, you had some slides you were going to show, and I discouraged you from that on the basis we wanted a discussion. But you said you would be happy for those slides to be distributed. Is that the case?
I'm absolutely delighted, and it would sets out a lot of our thinking. So if anybody wants to get in touch with the RBCC or Alf Torrance, then we'd be delighted to send them out, or alternatively they can be sent to all the people who are on this webinar anyway.
Okay, that's great, Charles. Thank you. We'll everybody gauge that. If you want a copy of the International Integrated Reporting Council presentation, please contact RBCC and we'll make sure you get one. Lord Barker's left us because he has a plane to catch. Andre, is there anything you want to add to the discussion you've heard so far? I think it's been comprehensive. I've certainly enjoyed it. It's great to hear where the leading edge is and what companies must seek to achieve. So to all of you, you have my thanks for that, and let's resume the conversation again before too long. Thank you very much indeed, everybody. I hope our audience enjoyed it. Cheerio.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. I'm just trying to reach Minister Graham now. So I'll try and connect him as quickly as possible. Bear with me one second.
Okay, and we go straight into this with me announcing, I guess.
That's right. Thank you.
And then Roger, I'm sure Hello again, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that first panel. We are now waiting to connect with, here we are, good. Over to you, Roger.
Thank you very much. For the next part of our forum, we welcome the Right Honourable Graham Stewart, Under Secretary of State at the Department for International Trade of the United Kingdom and Minister for Exports in that department. Welcome, Graham. Graham Stewart has been member of UK Parliament for Beverley and Holderness since his election for that constituency in 2005. His responsibility in his current role as Minister for Exports of the Government of the UK include climate change and the COP26 meeting, which has been a topic of discussion this morning, the UK's export strategy and export policy and promotion, UK export finances, trade missions and global events, and the Great Britain exporting campaign. Minister, thank you for taking time to join us this morning. It's a great pleasure to have you with us. The Minister will take questions after his speech if time allows. Please use the facilities on your video conferencing to post them. Ladies and gentlemen, the Right Honourable Graham Stewart MP.
Well, many thanks for that kind introduction, Roger, and thank you to the Russo-British Chamber of Commerce for inviting me to speak today, because your work plays a vital role in building closer trade and investment ties between the UK and Russia, an economic partnership which my government wants to deepen and diversify in the years ahead. Of course, our nation's trading history didn't get off necessarily to the most auspicious start back in the 16th century, when one of the first voyages of commerce from England to Russia got stuck in winter ice near the present-day city of Munnings. Those lucky enough to survive were invited by Tsar Ivan IV to Moscow, and I'm afraid to say his English guests were noted for their seemingly unquenchable thirst for a certain potent Russian beverage made from distilled grain. And if my speech isn't as fluent as it ought to be today, it's probably because I may have had an unquenchable thirst for certain grains last night after England's victory over Germany. But their heads, and I hope mine today, were clear enough to forge trade ties between our countries that have endured to this day, despite the great undulations, we can call it that, of global history, with UK-Russian trade in goods and services worth more than £12 billion last year, encompassing a wide range of industries from energy to electronics, business services to biotechnology, cars to chemicals. So whether it be cutting-edge Russian tech businesses like Humanic, thriving here in the UK, or British banks such as BTC Capital or HSBC, offering world-class financial services solutions in the Russian market, we are doing business together. Now, as the world recovers from the impact of COVID-19 and returns to growth, we need to redouble our efforts to harness even more of the trading potential that our countries share, potential that isn't being fully realized due in part to the political challenges that we face. It's fair to say that the current bilateral relationship between the UK and Russia is not the one that Britain wants, and we won't be able to normalize our relations fully unless there is a change to Russia's approach. But we are committed to seeking solutions through greater dialogue and working to forge more stable bilateral ties, helping set British and Russian businesses free to do more business together in the years ahead. After all, with a combined population of more than 200 million and large, sophisticated consumer markets, Britain and Russia should be among each other's biggest trading partners. Instead, Russia currently ranks just 21st on the global list of trade with the UK, about the same value as our export and investment ties with Denmark, which, though good at football, is a country, of course, with less than 6 million people. It's in both of our interests to drive greater collaboration between Britain and Russian firms, British and Russian firms, across all sectors of our two economies. Not least, has to be said, and Roger mentioned in his introduction, my involvement in the climate change piece and COP26, not least in developing the new technologies of the future, including the renewable energy solutions that will underpin global growth over the coming decade. The British government has made expanding the UK's renewable energy capacity a central plank of our economic policy, as we seek to meet what are now legally binding commitments to net zero carbon emissions by 2050. Now, from solar to hydro power, electric cars to hydrogen fueled by buses and trains, we're investing record sums in backing the businesses that are building a more sustainable economy. Offshore wind generation, for instance, in which Britain is a world leader, is pivotal to this work. And I know Russia is expanding its offshore wind capabilities. British firms have the resources and expertise required to partner with Russia in this endeavour. After all, we have a larger deployment of offshore wind than any other nation in the world. And I'm really proud, given that I represent a constituency in East Yorkshire, that the offshore wind farms there have seen a transformation of the economics of offshore wind, with 2015 auction priced at £120 a megawatt hour, coming down to as low as £39.50 just 4 years later. So when we work together, when we provide the pipeline of investment, it can be transformative in delivering economic benefits and lower costs. We're investing in the same regard, up to 500 million in low carbon hydrogen generation over the next 10 years, with the aim of building at least 5 gigawatts of production capacity. And while helping lead the way in developing other clean growth sectors such as green finance, which is providing the investment required to fuel the sustainable energy projects worldwide. Indeed, the British Embassy in Moscow is currently tendering an information gathering project aimed at strengthening our ties with Russia in this sector. And I'm sure that some RBCC members may wish to bid for that work or to take part once the program's up and running. And we're planning to bring a delegation from the Russian environmental operator to the UK later this year to share British experience in areas such as waste management and waste to energy technologies. After all, it's through greater collaboration that we can green our economies faster, drive innovation more quickly, and deliver green jobs more rapidly across both our countries. And we recognise, of course, that fossil fuels are a key part of the Russian economy, and that the energy transition taking place worldwide presents challenges as well as opportunities for both of us. With low carbon industries predicted to grow 4 times more quickly than the rest of the UK economy by 2030, we're helping British businesses switch from fossil fuels to low carbon alternatives, and we believe there is economic benefit in doing so. And as the greening of the world economy gathers pace, my department is using its global network of trade advisors to help British firms build new commercial ties in key clean growth industries overseas, including in Russia. Now, our export credit agency, UK Export Finance, is doubling its funding for sustainable overseas projects involving British firms last year, did so to 2.4 billion. And we're maintaining the UK's high standards of environmental protection in the trade agreements that we are signing with countries across the world. So when the UK hosts the UN climate conference, COP26, in November, we want to help bring the world together to agree an ambitious plan for confronting environmental degradation. Our incoming COP26 president, Alexei, is in Moscow as I speak, where I know he's been discussing this issue with the Russian government. And if my information is correct, I think some of you met with him yesterday evening. This government-to-government work is crucial for energizing the partnership between our countries in pursuit of sustainable growth. Because as we build a greener global economy in the wake of COVID-19, it's crucial that nations like Britain and Russia work side by side to help drive this revolution forward. Global problems need global solutions. And doing so, we can embrace the opportunities that lie before us, especially if instead of engendering conflict and mistrust, we can develop greater cooperation and openness. And I hope all of us can raise a toast to that. Thank you, Roger.
Minister, thank you very much. And thank you in particular for your very strong endorsement of top quality legal business between our two, and by legal I mean not illegal, legal business between our two countries. You also mentioned that you were keen to, there was a keenness to, I don't quite know how to put this, maybe re-establish links at the political level with Russia. One of the things that business likes to see is an umbrella of at least communication at the political level between countries. We understand the difficulties that exist, but do you see that changing? Do you see more communication at the political level between the two countries in the coming 6 months, year or so?
Well, Wilsey, you know better than I do that the UK-Russia relationship can be challenging. So I know some people mentioned to me the St. Petersburg Forum, for instance, as one of those opportunities for engagement. But I believe the next one of those isn't going to be to June 2022. And I wouldn't want to make any commitments this far out. And I think some of the country dialogues can often be business driven in any case. But our position remains that we support sanctions compliant trade, and we certainly want to do what we can to help British companies win business in Russia. So I would just advise your members keeping close touch with the embassy team on the ground, and certainly I'll be happy to take advice as plans develop, so I can take a more considered judgment on the St. Petersburg Forum nearer the time.
Yeah, that's great, and thank you for your constructive approach. We heard similar constructive words from the Deputy Minister of Economic Development of the Russian Federation this morning. So our members should be clear that the business that they're doing is supported by the governments of both countries. With Brexit, well underway, do you see any chances of a trade deal with Russia in the near future?
Well, we have, as members may be aware, probably the most ambitious trade policy of any major economy in history. It's not too grand. I mean, our aim is to cover 80% of our trade with free trade agreements by the end of next year. That was a manifesto commitment. Of course, our first action, once we were in a position to, as an independent trading nation once again, was to seek to roll over the third-party agreements that the EU had. And a lot of people said, well, you're not going to be able to do that because you haven't got the clout the size of the EU. Pleased to say that we've rolled over pretty much all of them, at least 98, 99% of the trade concerned, at which point it's interesting to watch critics say, well, it's just a cut and paste job. But anyway, we'll take that criticism. We're delighted with our ability to get that done. We were able to go further than the EU deal on things like digital and data with the Japan deal. And of course, we've just agreed in principle our first from scratch new trade deal. Our aim is to build better ties across the world than any other nation in a way, while we'll work at international fora like the WTO, use our G7 presidency to press the case for a global system, a rules-based system, multilaterally, which we think is the most important single thing, but we'll also work at other levels. Straightforward answer to your question, though, finally, at the end of my tour d'horizon, is no, there are no current plans to seek an FTA with Russia, but we have an awful lot on our hands already, and I'm already exhausted just by the sight of my Secretary of State, who seems never to need any sleep. Liz moves from all-nighters with the Australians straight into multi-hour sessions with others and then flies off around the world. So, but I should say we do want to encourage UK-Russia trade, and we don't think that a free trade agreement is a necessary requirement of that. In fact, much of the biggest value you can add is often in smaller market access wins, whether it's mutual recognition of qualifications or, there are so many different ways, opening up markets through regulatory changes, which can be done through often long and technical negotiation, but can have real results for both parties.
Thank you. We have strong working relationships with the British Embassy in Moscow, as indeed we do have with the Russian Embassy in London and with DIT there. Is there anything more that we in the embassy and can do to really support the work you want to happen?
Well, feeding. I mean, I have a kind of sort of simple sense of the pillars of the exporting journey, if you like. And even before I start that, I just say, why do we want to encourage exports? I mean, some economists have said, well, what's so special about exporting? Our research shows that exporting businesses tend to be more resilient, less likely to fold, more profitable, more innovative, and they pay higher wages than their peers who don't. And that's pretty much a description of the kind of economy we all like. More innovative, profitable, resilient, and paying higher wages, vital to leveling up the whole country, which is a central task of ours. So we believe it's really important. And then you look at the exporting journey, you've got to open markets. So anything you can do, we've got our online tools for identifying market access barriers. So that could be tiny ones or larger ones, but the big thing to do is to, rather than just shrugging and accepting the architecture as it is, if it could be changed and should be changed to, in everyone's interest, then we really need to hear about that, and the team in the embassy would be happy to prosecute that. So open markets, then you've got to get interest. So one of the other things is, do what you do, I know, as hard as you can, which is say, look, there is a market here, this is a good thing, in areas like clean growth in particular, it is sanctions compliant, and it's a global issue, and let's work together. We can lower costs and clean energy and industry in Russia. That's the Russian people's benefit, the world's benefit, and the UK's benefit. So raise awareness. Next step is, once you've got people interested, we're seeking with our Export Academy to develop improved online learning. People don't, what we know from research is businesses, they don't know which markets there are, how to prioritize them. So that's why we're seeking, working with partners such as yourselves to help businesses do that, and hopefully we can do it in a more coherent and joined up way. So what I would generally put under a sort of pillar of upskilling. And then, we've got to work on demand. So promoting the UK offer, letting people realize just what a technological leader we are. I mean, it's not just, from DNA to penicillin to splitting the atom to everything else. I mean, we are the greatest scientific superpower in history, probably. And to this day, we are the biggest tech economy in Western Europe, with more VC investment into UK startups last year than France and Germany combined, more unicorns than any other nation. And we're not just a heritage brand and a safe place to keep your money. We're actually a fantastic place to develop technologies and go forward. So demand stimulation. And finally, on my journey down the exporter's journey, you've got to connect and sell, haven't you? You've got to put buyers in front of sellers. So I would say, if in doubt, just try and do a bit more this year than we did last year. And if you did that every year for 5 years, you'd be, without changing anything or coming up with any fancy strategies, you might just find that you were exporting a lot more, and everyone was talking about the exporting miracle. So, I mean, you're a businessman, Roger, so you know that too, for all the highfalutin stuff. It's important to have good data, good insight and strategies. But ultimately, you've just got to go and tell your story to more potential buyers and build partnerships and go from there. So that's what we want to do. Better job all the way down the line, and we'd love your contribution on each of those steps and thoughts on how we can do what we do better, but also make sure that we work in concert so that we're not discordant. And I often think there's loads of people who share our agenda, but they're all playing their own tune at different times, and it's a bit noisy. And we've got to work to try and get everyone to play the same tune fundamentally.
Thank you very much. You're absolutely right. I mean, I think communication, coordination, market knowledge, but most of all, the willingness to go out and do it at the micro level is absolutely critical. Let me, on behalf of our audience today, thank you very much indeed for what has been an interesting and constructive discussion. Your energy comes across powerfully, and we look forward to working with you and your support for the future. So thank you very much indeed, Minister, for the contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger.
Minister and Roger, thank you both. And of course, we at the RBCC will do as much as we can to move that relationship forward the best we can. We're now going to move on to our second panel discussion, in which we'll look at ESG, a balancing act for the future of sustainable business. For a number of reasons, we're very fortunate to have Guy Eames to moderate this session. Guy is the current chair of the Russian Green Building Council, which is Russia's leading association for sustainability in the real estate industry. Guy is also a member of many industry working groups, and he plays an active role as a jury member and consultant in numerous cutting-edge real estate projects. The reason I say we're lucky to have him is, I suppose, Guy very much sums up the modern traveller of today, trying to travel in the pandemic. He was meant to be in Moscow yesterday, but sadly found that his PCR test was half an hour, I believe, out of date, so couldn't board. He's now waiting to board again, and he's very heroically going to moderate from a business lounge in Heathrow before he jumps on the plane back to Moscow. Guy, great to have you. Thank you very much for going the extra mile to moderate today. And we're all very much looking forward to today's panel session.
Alf and colleagues, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to moderate this next session, which will be looking at the experience of Russian and British companies in the field of ESG. We have 4 panelists covering oil and gas, international technological development, commercial property and consultancy. I'll ask each to introduce themselves briefly for a couple of minutes, and then we'll discuss their approach and this potential dilemma or balance between ESG and maximizing profits. So David, if you're with us, David Campbell, President of BP Russia, over to you.
Hi, Guy. Can I just check that you can hear me clearly?
We can.
Oh, excellent. So yes, I'm David Campbell. I'm the President of BP Russia. It's a position I've had for 7 years now. And before that, some time ago, I was a member of the TNK BP joint venture in Russia from 2003 to 2007. And I've been with BP all my working life. So a little bit about me. Thanks, Guy.
Wonderful. And then our second panelist, if you could also introduce yourself, Vadim Kulikov, Director of the International Fund for Technological Development.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Добрый день, господин Имс.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Good afternoon, Mr. Eames. I'm the director of the International Technological Development Fund, and I will tell you more about our fund and the way we work in the ESG format. In my presentation, I am a professional engineer and an inventor. I have inventions and patents registered in different countries, including in the UK and in the US. And I do understand what we are going to talk about. These inventions do apply to technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vadim. Then over to Elena Bellotzera, Marketing Communications Director from O1 Properties. Elena, if you could introduce yourself.
Добрый день, коллеги. Здравствуй, Гай. Большое спасибо.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Hello, Guy. Thanks very much for inviting me. My name is Elena. I'm the Marketing and Communications Director in O1 Properties. This is the company which is the major proprietor of the Class A office real estate in Moscow these days. I've been working in the company now for 8 years, and apart from marketing and communications, I'm also the member of the working group on sustainable development in our company, where we introduce the ESG standards into our operations. We form the reporting on the sustainable development. And so it's a great pleasure to be with you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elena. And our final panelist, Igor Korotetsky, Partner and Head of Operations, Risk and Sustainability, KPMG in the CIS. Igor?
Добрый день, коллеги, добрый день.
Yes, hello, Guy. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. In the first place, I would like to thank the Russo-British Chamber of Commerce for inviting me to participate in this forum. In KPMG, I'm in charge of the operational risk and sustainable development. And this is a very broad kind of an agenda, and in terms of the practical services we offer in the climate risks and in labor safety and energy efficiency, and improving the ESG ratings and many other issues which are related to it. And so my background in this area in KPMG is more than 15 years, and is a very good perspective in terms of the way this agenda was evolving in Russia over the past 15 years, because I will definitely pay some attention in my presentation to this issue as well.
David Campbell, I'd like to ask you, the oil and gas industry is known to be one of the biggest emitters of greenhouse emissions on our planet, and it seems that some of the leading companies of your sector will recognize it and be eager to take actions to address this issue. But what specifically as your industry can offer to tackle the emissions and to help avert dangerous climate change? David, we can't hear you. Can you unmute yourself? David?
Can you hear me now?
We can indeed, yes. So tell us about your experience, your approach.
Oh dear, hang on. Yeah, so thanks for the question. You're absolutely right. It's the one that's on everybody's lips right now. So, I mean, as an industry, I think we recognize the world's developing on an unsustainable path. We've said that very clearly. The carbon budget of the planet is finite and it's running out fast. We see growing calls from society. I see it from customers. I see it from media, NGOs, from our own employees too. To do this. So, I do believe oil and gas companies have a lot to offer. So what is our proposition? So let me stress that climate change is a global issue and it'll require joint effort to manage. I'd like to see that our industries be seen as part of the solution rather than, as is often the case, I think, classed as part of the problem. Only common efforts, goodwill, collaboration, such as in Russia, will help society find solutions to these truly global issues, such as climate change.
David, are you having some technical problems? David, it appears we've lost you. We'll give him a few more seconds, and if David doesn't manage to reconnect, then we will move on to Vadim. So cue Vadim to get ready. But it looks like we've lost David. He'll probably come back and join us a bit later. So Vadim, let me move on to you. As an investment fund in all sorts of fascinating new technology, there must be many cases where you have to make a choice between your ESG goals and profits. Or was that the situation, say, 10 years ago? Maybe something's changed. What's your approach at the International Fund for Technological Development?
Thanks very much, Guy, for the question. It's a very tricky one, but very much to the point. Even 10 years ago, running the investment fund in the United States, where there were several Russian investors, it was in the area of clean tech. That was an absolutely commercial endeavor, but even in those days we were aware that the climate agenda and the green technology and the energy savings do bear colossal potential, amongst other things, to earn money, and we were trying to convince our investors that in the first place one should look at maximizing the green agenda for our foundation. Actually, in 2012, we received Clean Tech 100 ranking in the United States, which was a very, big reward for our work. And speaking about the International Technological Development Foundation, where I am a director, respectively, generally speaking, we are not facing the task of a quick making of a buck, because this is more of an international development institution, and so the foundation itself was established as an agreement between the Russian government with the International Bank for Economic Cooperation, and approved by 8 countries founding the bank during the bank's board meeting, such countries as Bulgaria, Slovakia, Czechia, Romania, Poland and Vietnam. And one should say that all these countries are actively supporting our work, and there are several missions of these countries that we are currently negotiating to expand our authority, because right now Russia is making its contribution. I would like to say a couple of words, because our first closing was 200 million euros, so the first closing is quite a significant amount of money, and the kind of a standard that we have adopted at our advisory council calls for investment into SPV in Russia up to 3 million euros in a transfer of a technology or a tech agenda in the area of energy savings, new materials, new chemicals, and so on and so forth. Now, the second standard that we're going to adopt, and I hope that will happen this coming autumn, will be investing in other countries, in the founding countries, as well as in other countries, naturally. And here's our check is going to be a bit bigger. We plan that it will be about 25 million euros, and respectively, we, in an absolutely precise way, will be able to preserve and to multiply and strengthen our focus upon the technology companies and technologies that are being developed along the ESG standards. And I would possibly like to draw your attention to several types of projects which we are funding and which we are planning to consider in terms of subsequent funding. First of all, these are the projects related to the development of a new transport infrastructure. It's not a secret to anyone that Russia possesses an enormous potential, and as well as in many other founding countries do carry quite a big potential for the transport infrastructure development, and we naturally want this infrastructure to be developing using green technologies from the very onset. And in this way, together with the major foreign and Russian operators, we're looking into the possibility of doing big projects inside of Russia and outside of it. So, and I can give you a very brief case, which is the railway development plan, and the Transmash Holding, which is the biggest Russian transportation company, have entered into an agreement to supply the locomotives with the new hybrid ecological engines. And so the long-term contract, which the International Bank for Economic Cooperation and the Finance and the Transmash Holding has received a confirmed order for many years to come. To us, as the investors in the technological part of it, which is the hybrid engine and the capacitors, really means a very long-term kind of contracts. So we may very strongly reduce our interest rates because our risks are also going down, and we are in a position to offer an extremely competitive terms. For example, we're talking about the Russian Federation getting, the key rate of central bank plus 2%. In an equity environment, this is an unprecedented cost of money. Very, very cheap it comes. And respectively for the foreign investments, we are looking at the rate of, let's say, the European Central Bank, maybe plus 1-2%. So for, in the equity kind of thing, this is a very competitive rate. But why are we offering such a rate? Because we give it in exchange of the green agenda being a successor to all of it. And so respectively, we're going to be investing into the project which are developing the energy saving solutions. We have the projects which we jointly discuss with the new development bank. You probably have heard about the BRICS Bank in Russia and in other BRICS countries is financing several major infrastructure projects. Specifically in Russia, this is the construction and the full renovation of the water treatment system. And we would very much like, we're looking at the technologies which are going to be used. And here, as a foundation, we are looking at the possibility of localizing the technology from the European Union, from the UK, from the US, and other countries in order for our users to enjoy the availability of the advanced technologies on the one hand, but on the other hand, so that these technologies could be produced in the territory of Russia and with the participation of Russia. So I can just give you an example of the volume of such a long-term financing, only just for the water treatment channel, which was about 200 million euros, while the amount of technology investments about 90 million in long-term contracts running for 20 or 30 years. So the program of localization itself will be worth less than 10 million euros, which is quite enough to have our check in order for localization to take place for such technologies, along with the Russian recipients and the Russian partners. And our task as the financing fund is to search for such projects and cooperation with our tax donors and recipients here in Russia. And I would like to express my particular gratitude to Her Excellency, the Ambassador, Dame Rannant. She hosted a very interesting reception yesterday, and I would like to thank Alf Torrance for inviting us to attend, because we enjoyed a lot of very substantive meetings with the VTOL executives here in Russia, whereby we immediately identified several projects where we can participate. And so we naturally also had an opportunity to talk to Alex Sharma, who's the UK MP, to the extent that there is quite a broad joint agenda in environmental and ESG area, and we as a fund are keen to seriously consider technology cooperation with any UK companies which would like to develop further this priority. Today, Mr. Ames, I was extremely inspired by the Minister of Export, Mr. Graham Stewart, and I would dearly ask him, because I don't see him anymore. He is a very busy person, we understand it, but nevertheless, we would very much like for the kind of a proposal that he voiced during the panel to be worked further on within the RBCC, involving all of the interested parties, be it businesses, the industry organizations, and the investment funds like ours. And there are other funds in the UK and in Russia, and the international entities could join to Mr. Stewart's appeal for the sake of joint cooperation, for the sake of the Green Agenda. On our side, we're ready to immediately, go for it and consider as a priority any projects of the green nature. And I think that Mr. Campbell will also make it back to us in some time. And I would like to propose to David also to review the possible projects in the green area together with BP, because particularly since I'm being an engineer, has quite an experience of working with BP in the United States on various solutions which reduce the negative impact of hydrofracking. I was one of the developers of such a system, and BP actively utilizes such systems not only in the United States but in other countries as well. And so I think that it really makes sense, Mr. Campbell, together take a look at this, and as well as other technologies that we together could promote the world over. We are a reliable partner and long-term partner, because you are familiar with Russia, have been so for quite some time, and you have a good understanding of our mindset, and we know you. And so it would be really great to, like in the case with the VTOL, we would like to really go over to specific projects. And I would ask you for the possibility to stage some sort of a discussion about such prospects. Now, concluding my part, I would like to once again call upon all of the company members of the RBCC to cooperate with our fund. Colleagues, our fund represents a unique opportunity to invest into the equity, into the mezzanine projects. We're considering several new instruments to work with in our board will accept it, and together with you, we would be also ready to set up purpose-specific funds so as to invest into the clean tech, into the green technologies, into the energy savings projects. And so we are currently working with the Rosatom, the Russian nuclear agency, right now, setting up a major joint fund specifically dedicated to hydrogen development. We are cooperating and talking to big companies in Russia, such as Kamaz, heavy truck manufacturer, which is also interested in the hydrogen technology. There's a Polish company, Ursus, you might have heard about it. They are one of the best producers of buses, which run on hydrogen, and we also would like certainly to hear your proposals about transportation and respectively about the energy savings and on materials science area and so on and so forth. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I am ready now to answer all of your questions, and I'm staying here with you.
Dean, thank you very much. The format which I suggest is that we go over to some of the questions and discussions a bit later. It's great, of course, that you already have a question for David, so it's not just sort of reporting on what we're doing, but it's even sort of a discussion with finding ways to move forward. David, we lost you, unfortunately. I believe you had some sort of technical issue. Would you like to continue, if that's all right?
I would love to. No, but it's. I think Vadim, I could do with an inventor here to help me with my my laptop. So I'm on my backup system right now with my my iPad. So I hope this works. Sorry about the loss of background. That was in the wrong place.
We lost David, but we can hear you. So that's the most important thing.
That's you can still see me as well.
I don't think we can. No, we've lost the picture. But...
Oh, really? Dear.
I suggest you just. Oh, here you go. Yeah, you're back. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I don't know what's going on there then.
There's no children walking around in the background, so everything's good. Yeah.
I hope there's no children walking around in the office. But anyway, your question about the role of oil and gas companies in this, and I do think that we do have a real role to play. Bernard, our CEO, has talked about the concept of greening companies and being invited into the conversation, which at the moment is very much focused on companies that are completely green, if you like, that have already moved away from fossil fuels. I think our view is the world is going to require energy, demands energy, and that it's not yet ready to move completely across. So what we want to do is, we've laid out a very clear plan of how to transition. We've laid out very clear targets about what we want to do. I think we have a big part to play in that. So what is our proposition? Well, first, let me stress that global climate change is a global issue, and it will require joint effort to manage. I'd love to see our industry be part of the solution rather than the cause of the problem. But only common efforts, goodwill and collaboration will help society find solutions to truly global issues such as climate change. The Paris Agreement united governments around the world back in 2015 in combating climate change. And in a similar vein, different industries are now uniting to play their role, including ours. But we see this as building momentum. It's definitely growing. ESG, that's environmental, social and governance, is becoming a universal norm. A rule of expected corporate behavior impacting direction of investment strategies across all business operators. And our industries are no exception to that. Secondly, we support governments in lobbying and working with them. We just heard the minister earlier on in setting climate policies and efficient regulations. We're open to transparent dialogue and ready to work together to offer technological solutions and practical ways to decarbonize economies. Now, for example, in Russia, we're pleased to see rapidly evolving climate legislation, and we'll welcome this to strengthen Russia's role in delivery of those Paris goals. And they help us, the business community, to unlock investment opportunities in low carbon projects. So as I argue for investment in Russia within my own company, it's very helpful that the Russian government is talking in this way and moving in this direction. Moreover, I believe that the energy sector is already becoming not just a participant of the process, but a driving force of decarbonisation. And thirdly, as I've already said, the world still needs energy, but now society is demanding it to be clean, affordable, and reliable. We hear this and we're taking that seriously. We're eager to take proactive steps to reduce methane and carbon emissions at our own operating assets, and that's where we must start, as well as in transportation. And we strive to be more efficient in our businesses, aiming to achieve zero routine flaring, for example. If any of you have flown over Siberia lately, you'll have seen far fewer flares visible than in the past. And that's really due to the government pushing legislation to maximize the use of gas and minimize the wastage of gas. Being focused on performance and delivery of our promises to investors and shareholders, we understand that the energy transition to low carbon represents an enormous commercial opportunity for the industry. And this incentivizes the more efficient use of resources and energy. And of course, it unlocks new business horizons, revealing a full range of zero and low carbon businesses and technologies. And we feel that the move to decarbonize energy is a massive opportunity for lots of companies and lots of countries, such as Russia. And of course, it unlocks, as I say, many, many opportunities. Renewable energies, electrification, hydrogen's already been mentioned, carbon capture, use and storage, bioenergy, these all exist today already. We know how to do these things, and they will shape the future of our industry. And finally, Guy, the world is changing. It's clear that we have to change as well, as an industry and as a company. The transformation of our industry is irreversible. I mean, it's been demanded by those who, loan us money, for instance. It's just not something we can resist. And it's not the first time that we face such change. I mean, I don't remember, but I've been told of the change from coal to oil, and we now see another decarbonization increasing move towards hydrogen. And I remain confident that we will succeed as our industry has, everything needed. The best and talented people. We've got great people, of course, here in this country, committed to change, new technologies already setting the future pattern of our industry, and of course, the financial strength to do that as well. So I'll hand back to you now, and thank you for your question.
Thank you very much, David. Very positive news. So we've heard about the energy transition. We've heard about long-term investment in clean tech. So I'd like to move over to the commercial property sector. We're very lucky to have Elena with us from O1 Properties. Elena, as property owners are known for their conservatism, but I feel that O1 Properties is an exception and as a pioneer, and ESG really is your priority. How do you manage to balance the ESG goals and at the same time maximize your shareholders' profits and the opportunity between the two, maybe as the balance?
Да, добрый день еще раз, Гай, спасибо.
Yes, good day once again, Guy. Thank you very much for your question. When we talk about commercial property and the ESG agenda, we're up against a certain difficulty. At any rate, in Russia, I have to deal with this difficulty where many companies, many people we talk to don't quite understand what it's all about. Because ESG is primarily, to a large extent, is seen as agenda for climatic, for ecological protection, environmental development. So it's not quite clear to other people where real estate is there, what's its place. Maybe it's not the main sector that's maybe typically perceived as in relative to pollution of environment, at least as far as the ordinary people are concerned. That's the first difficulty, misconception that we have to deal with. And the other issue is that the commercial real estate market for several years has been in a state of crisis, you might say. Unfortunately, a pandemic did nothing to improve the situation. At least during half a year, we've been kind of suspended. Things have been up in the air as far as commercial real estate. However, all this notwithstanding, we are looking at the companies that are operating in Europe and are also involved in commercial real estate in the United States. When I worked in the United States and Great Britain, well, of course, we realized that in spite of the fact that there's still much to do to make people aware, to make our key stakeholders aware as to what's ESG about as far as commercial real estate, we need to deal with this already now. we're a major owner of office real estate in Moscow, and I can say that we're also a major owner of office real estate certified according to international standards of ecological effectiveness. So all our real estate facilities, practically all of them have been certified. We're going to finish certification this year. So the ecological, environmental agenda with our company, social factors, all that comes under the ESG abbreviation, it's been in the sphere of interest maybe since 2012, 2013. It's been the focus of our attention. However, back then we had slightly different understanding, slightly different. At that time, our sense was that ESG was about some preliminary projects, some social investment, helping to protect disadvantaged population. Maybe only 2 or 3 years we actually arrived at a full, more correct understanding that this is ESG as a source of development. ESG is when actually change your processes, your operational activity, in order to meet all these criteria. So since the year 2018, we started to publish reports on our sustainable development, where we disclose all projects in this area. Since 2019, we've been the members of the Global Association. So we've been very actively engaged in this effort over the last 2 or 3 years, particularly out of an entire great diversity of all such projects that we are pursuing. Of course, we mostly it's about environment and the real estate. So the matters of auditing of real estate, auditing in terms of compliance of real estate with standards of environmental goodness. So we do all this certification, we do auditing to see what can be improved in our projects. Here, maybe I should make a caveat. We're not a dealership company. We have a limited number of projects that we set up on our own. We have lots of projects we bought ready-made. So one of our objectives is to conduct some events in order to improve environmental effectiveness already at the stage of readiness, at the stage when the tenants already in place. So as far as I'm concerned, we defined environment in terms of 2 parameters. First, to reduce negative impact on environment. Of course, clearly, environment, of course, is a source of a fairly huge amount of emissions, CO2 emissions, and there's lots of accompanying factors in terms of shipments, the use of land plots. And the second point is creating comfortable environment. So we found very clear connection. It's clear to our customers. So when we talk about this, when we do in terms of relative to environment, so pursuing property projects basically helps to improve the quality of space for people that are in this space. So for us, we see this very promising direction. In terms of the goals of sustainable environment, we analyzed the goals set under the UN initiative. So we defined sustainable communities, cities. So we talk about the state of structure, gentrification, greenification, and the way our projects influence development of cities, and also the goals of making the production facilities more green, separation waste collection, which is an issue which is very relevant to Moscow, separation of waste collection. So what I've been talking about is the way we see and we talk about sustainable development of commercial property. As far as our customers are concerned, it's clear that in order to develop in a sustainable way, you want to make sure that there's a call demand from the customers, from the companies that are actually deploying these technologies, so that these companies should pay attention to ESG. Here, the matter is quite complex, actually. We analyzed overall the way the companies make decisions regarding location of their offices. And we realized that it was quite fairly obvious that the key factor in their decision-making was not the brand of owner, not the way the owner talks about themselves, how interesting their company is. It's really about location of the office, the price of the office. So that's clear enough. However, over the last few years, we've come to see also, I think there's been the trend the last 2 years, it has been enhanced by pandemic. We see that the companies, when it comes to the matters of environmental quality of space, those matters have become important to companies. Well, back in the past, in 2013, 2014, our companies, 75% of our customers are foreign companies that hold offices, that rent offices from us. Previously, for them, it was more like a formal requirement, which came down to them from the headquarters. Now, the local offices themselves are taking a keen interest in how we actually manage the space for office space. Are there any particular certificates that confirm the environmental quality of those offices and spaces? We have cases where actually companies within our portfolio move from one building to another building according to whether the building is certified or not certified. So we had a call from companies for the need of certification of our buildings. We have cases where during negotiations, customers would ask, specifically would ask for a list of standards that have been deployed in our buildings. So it's an important factor that we need to take into account to make sure that our market develops towards deploying more such technologies. Overall, we do see a great degree of engagement on the part of tenants in the projects relating to ecology, which we carry out at our facilities. Besides our overall policy of looking at this, we also try to promote, bring to the end user a sense of the need to bring more education, to make people more aware. And as far as the issues that, of course, the main issue is a commercial real estate, at least on our market. There are fairly little opportunities in terms of monetizing such projects at this point. So that's so far the fact. But we feel that pursuing such projects does provide a long-term advantage, and it's a better way of long-term development. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and it's nice that you end on that note, because quite often I've heard companies when at board level they've made decisions, they've made the decision because they say this is the right thing to do. They just feel, I mean, the numbers sort of stack up, but they feel not doing that would be the wrong thing. So that's very positive to hear that, and it's good to hear in the last couple of years how things have been accelerating. And I think that proves that your sort of long-term investments is going to work out. We have a fourth speaker who I'd like to give the floor to, Igor, if you're ready, from KPMG. So Igor, you work with many different sectors. You work with corporations, both multinationals and Russian corporations. What's your experience with those various different corporations? Do they experience this sort of balance, this dilemma, having to choose between ESG or maximizing profit, or somehow do they manage to bring those two together? So over to you.
Спасибо за вопрос, он очень интересный.
Thank you for your question. It's a very interesting question. I would start off by answering it with taking a bit of a tour or making a reference to the ESG agenda, the way it evolved in the Russian Federation. Of course, from my personal experience, I've been in this business for 15 years, and it's been really interesting in terms of the dynamics, who you interact with as part of the projects, consulting projects, ESG projects on sustainable development. Back in the 2010, that's to say 15 years ago, the circle of people we we interacted, main sponsors, customers were departments, public relations, government relations people, and in-house, and also in-house managers. Nowadays, the circle of people we interact with, that's the people, decision makers. Those are mostly top people in the companies, shareholders, and so it's either strategic department or board of directors, either board of directors or appropriate committees. That just goes to show how much the paradigm has changed in terms of decision making, whilst the agenda now is sitting on the desks of people who make strategic decisions in terms of which way to go. That goes to show that matters of ESG now, they actually drive the business matters that directly impact this strategy. In the past, those matters were mostly the way they were positioned. They were matters. They were seen as matters of charity, or so mostly they were used. The companies used to see sustainable development projects as tools of communication, and that, of course, reflected the attitudes in terms of investment. Why the paradigm has changed so dramatically? Why now is it sitting square in the agenda of the top people in the companies? Because the drivers have changed too. Let me go over some of those drivers to explain how this agenda is seen in Russia and why companies are engaged in this. The situation started to change about 8 to 10 years ago. It all began when financial directors of the companies, when they were at roadshows in London or New York, the analysts began to ask financial directors, and what are you doing in terms of environment? What are you doing as far as ESG concerned? At that time, many of the financial directors didn't quite understand what they were being asked about. What they thought that those questions may be about resort homes, maybe some facilities for trade unions or whatever. So, but that's set things in motion. But when the first people in the companies began to be quizzed about this, so the first driver was the plus point was that despite the current geopolitical situation, a lot of Russian companies still have listing on international exchanges. A number of companies have listing on exchanges in London and New York. So the Russian economy on the whole remains on exchanges, and so accordingly, the Western capital, Western money is still in the Russian companies, in the Russian business. Of course, Russian business wants to keep this Western money, and so there's also growing base of investors. There are new investors, Scandinavian and other investment funds. So it's not a secret that on the whole, on the capital market, the ESG, more than 130 trillion US dollars account for the investment funds money committed to ESG. It's just about half of the amount of money that circulates in the international capital market. So when the investors tells you that if your ESG rating is below a certain level, unfortunately, we can't really deal with you. So there's nothing left for the company but to do something about this in order to maintain its investment appeal. Because as far as long-term investments, the second driver is a driver which emerged over the last 2 or 3 years. That's the Green Deal of European Union. Now we're talking about Russian exports, so it's a fact that our major trading partners are European Union. So most of the export products are going to the European market. So we So we're aware why the European Union is doing this. The goals are good in order to reduce the emissions of greenhouse gases, good goals. But so European Union wants to protect the positions. So now there's a tool, the Trans-Border Carbon Regulation, which is designed to protect European business from leakage of hydrocarbons into the countries with lesser level of carbon regulation. So it's in order to protect the countries that have yet weak regulation system for. So we made estimations of this, and according to our estimates, of course they vary. What's being talked about, it's only about 5 industries. So for those industries, our estimates vary from 2 to 4 billion euros. There may be more pessimistic scenarios, up to 8 billion euros a year, which is quite a large sum of money, which either will be passed on to the customers to increase the cost of products, or should be made part of the cost of the company. And then it will depend on the elasticity of the demand, who actually is going to bear the brunt of those extra costs. Of course, shareholders understand this. Of course, major owners, they are people on the list of Forbes. Of course, they realize so that this extra stress will be passed on to their budget, passed on to their pockets, and so that will reduce opportunities in terms of dividends or capitalizations of the companies. So now they are thinking hard what to do about this. First of all, it concerns particularly climate-related projects, climate-related strategies of decarbonization. And the third driver that's developing its source is also, first of all, with the European Union, it's banking lending. As you're probably aware that for half a year, European Central Bank issued recommendations on assessment of how major banks of Europe take into account climate-related risks in banking. This is the first swallow, as they say, the first harbinger. So clearly, it's a matter of climate-related risks, environment-related risks. Russian banks are also jumping onto this bandwagon. Russian banks realize since this trend has started, so they might as well start moving in that direction too. So the Russian banks are starting to make preparations in advance. Over half a year, I had about 10 such negotiations where we had a lot of discussion of non-financial matters, climate-related risks, and how those risks might actually impact the creditworthiness. So the companies are seeing this, that the banking, I'm already moving in the direction, the banks are moving. So the companies are aware that 3-5 years from now, and when it comes to applying for lending, they would have to fill out new forms with new questions about climate risks and social matters. So those are 3 main drivers that are actually forcing the companies to change. There's also a 4th driver, which is more maybe typical of Western situations. It relates to the society per se, how buyers of the products actually vote with the ruble. The research we have in this country suggests that Russian consumers not quite prepared yet to pay a premium on the products that give greater priority to the environment. However, there's also trends that suggest that as incomes per capita grow, people's mindset tend to change too. So people come forward who actually begin to see this as a priority too. So that's where we are now. Going back to a question about balance, I believe that at this stage, there's no question of balance. I mean, now we can talk about studies that show that there are positive connections between ESG and performance of the companies. More than that, I can actually cite some studies studies about other studies, because there may be more than 1,000 studies on such subjects, which show that among such studies, a majority suggest existence of positive connection. But, so it's no longer a matter of having to prove to the company that there'll be a positive result. All you need to say for a company, you'll stand to lose if you don't do it. So it's more imperative now. All right, thank you. Спасибо.
Some sort of examples where we really bring this topic to life. Yeah, in business, there are always sort of theoretical discussions, and there are sort of examples which just show the way that things are going. So, Igor, because you were the last of these speakers, I'd like to straight away ask you. I'm an optimist. I've been working in Russia for many years, and I'm really happy that finally this ESG agenda and the green agenda is moving forward. And it's great that what you've said about basically moving the corporations and moving mainstream from charity to ESG as part of their main business model. And you've discussed also the risks, of not doing that. And going beyond compliance, because both the international and also Russian legislation. But maybe you could give an example of an opportunity where, because of all of this direction, this trend, a company has also managed to not only fulfill its sort of ESG aspirations, but also to add value for its shareholders and for what it's doing. Are you able to give sort of an example like that without breaching any of your clients' what's it called, the confidentiality? Could you give us any examples like that? Igor, thank you.
Ну, я могу начать, да, то есть кейсов на самом деле много.
Yes, I can start. There's lots of cases, actually. I will try to keep it short, to give more time for my colleagues. The latest case, very recent actually, there was a piece of news, but our colleague company getting credit, 175 syndicated credit, euros, 175 euro, which was actually associated with the ESG rating, which was pegged to ESG rating. I don't know the details. Understand the actual conditions were quite attractive, so this connection with ESG rating was quite positive. Actually, quite a lot of such cases on the Russian market where Russian companies are making changes in the practice, in the ESG practice, when it comes to raising financing. Also, Rosal company case, they set up a green brand for aluminium alloy, so they actually dedicated separate manufacturing process, which of course was connected with hydro power stations with lower values of energy intensity. So this process has been certified, which made it possible for the company to claim and to verify that those types of aluminium produced at those particular machines are actually green types of aluminium, according to the standards of energy intensity. Also interesting case of Polymetal company. It's the first Russian company which to become part of the Dow Jones index. We haven't been able to see how it actually impacted capitalization in terms of investors' forecasts. It's too bad that we don't have anybody from this company. We could get some information. It shows that some interesting results as far as investors, in terms of how favorable investors are to such things.
Are on the table, unlocking funds and bringing new value. David, on that same sort of question, Vadim has also asked, maybe you could give some examples of some of the technologies that you referred to, which are going to be implemented or that you're looking at the moment, which combine both the value to shareholders, but also the ESG values.
Well, I know, Vadim, you were interested in associated petroleum gas and making most use of that, which I mentioned earlier. I think the first thing to say is give a great deal of credit to the Russian government. They set out standards and targets so that this gas, that is a natural and national resource, is not wasted. And they've set targets of how much of it should be utilized rather than flared. And you know, quite apart from the climate benefits of that, there's a monetary benefit in that as well. And because of that, companies have really focused investment projects. So to give you some examples, Guy, we're looking at, for instance, in our Tas-Yurakh field in the Russian Far East, we're just about within the next month to put into service 2 high-pressure compressors that will compress the gas that's otherwise being flared at the moment and inject it back into the reservoir. There it will have twin benefits. It actually will help repressure the reservoir. So think of it like a balloon that deflates as we produce oil and gas. This will help to reflate it, put more energy back into the reservoir and help our production rates. But also, that gas is there for future production. So if we can find a way to monetize and export that gas, it's actually going to be used and sold in the future. So a benefit to the environment and a benefit to you know, the project's economics, and of course to Russia, which will gain from tax and benefit for the government and for the people of Russia as well. More specifically on ESG, what I'm seeing is, for instance, we've just brought across some early methane detection equipment. Now, methane is actually a greenhouse gas. It doesn't tend to last as long in the environment, but it's actually much more toxic for the environment than even carbon dioxide, which is what we typically talk about. And it's a colorless, odorless gas that's actually very difficult to detect. This new technology, you see it in drones, you see it in handheld cameras and in fixed cameras, can actually pinpoint small leaks. And this again is, I've seen Rosneft, our partner, put money aside in all of their budgets for all of their subsidiaries across Russia to put this equipment in place that will detect methane and prevent it from being leaked. So we'll be able to find it, repair those leaks, and that actually reduces the leakage. You've also, one of your speakers has already mentioned the carbon border adjustment. One of the things the EU will be doing is looking at just how clean, in their view, the production of Russian products are. And that includes gas and oil, but it also includes things made from gas and oil. And if Russia can actually prove with evidence that methane rates have been reduced through this sort of cooperation with companies like our own, that'll actually be very, very useful in avoiding some of these tariffs with the EU. So just a couple of examples there, Guy, that I've seen. And you know, in my early days starting in this industry in the North Sea, we considered gas to be a byproduct, and it was flared. We often didn't want to find gas. Now we look for it and we conserve it. And I think that's actually a very, very good thing for both business and for the environment.
Wonderful, very, very good examples. I'd like to also move on then to Elena and the property sector. We talked a lot about investments, long-term, being pioneers, taking risks, the market moving. I know that your company is quite interested also in innovation, new technologies, and that you invest in that area. And I know that you spend quite a lot of money on energy, because 40% of the world's energy is used in buildings, and your buildings, I believe you own 30, or you run or own 13 or 15 huge business centers. I mean, we're talking almost like small cities on their own. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about your approach to energy and innovation, and your sort of thoughts and actions, what you're doing now. I've been involved with some of your initiatives, so I know that you have some interesting tidbits there. Tell us, please.
Да, действительно, спасибо за этот вопрос.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for your question. Indeed, we are looking at the matters of carbon neutrality for as far as commercial real estate. So it's very complicated matter, actually, but we are considering the possibilities of maybe utilizing solar energy, even though it's fairly challenging as far as climate in Moscow. However, we already have calculations of such projects at one of our facilities, and I do hope that maybe come next year we'll be able to put it in place, at least in part, to set up the use of solar energy for the benefit of one of our facilities. As far as innovations, I was saying that that most of our portfolio are the existing buildings that already have tenants in them. Most of those projects were built back in the 1960s or even further back into 1913. So, of course, we have to think about making sure that our buildings compete with the new facilities. Even though there's a construction of new facilities in Moscow is kind of limited, still new facilities do come online, do emerge. So it would not be overstating to say that not a single facility of class A is being built today in Moscow without putting in place some standards of environment standards in order to get certification according to international standards of environmental efficiency. So in this situation, of course, we need to think about how we can stay competitive without doing complete overhauls and renovations. Now, one of our initiatives, one of our ideas is we're thinking of setting up an incubator for projects for companies that are developing technologies that would enable one to improve environmental indicators of buildings. As of today, we have in Moscow and across Russia, we have several such incubators, pipelines that are engaged in promoting projects in commercial real estate, in construction, renovations in constructions. We would be interested actually in looking at what's out there in terms of environmental efficiency. So here we're talking about quite a wide range of matters. So we have, as I said, broad understanding of this. So it's not just about reduction of energy consumption or water consumption, but also looking at all the technology that might help create more comfortable space for people. So today we're actually conducting calculations on this project. We're hoping to launch it. So we are expecting to learn a lot of new stuff when it comes to promising projects.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Several times mentioned cooperation also with the other panelists. Maybe as a sort of final person, I don't know if we'll be able to get maybe some quick answers from someone, but maybe you see areas for opportunities here for your technologies with the corporations which Igor and KPMG are working with, or with BP, or with O1 Properties. Maybe there's some way you can cooperate with those companies, or am I being too optimistic? So, Vadim?
I would like to talk to Mr. Campbell.
Vadim, I think we've lost you. Are you there? Could you start again? Could you start again, Vadim? We can see. Well, it looks like there's some technical problem. We can't hear you. So, do any of the panelists have any questions to each other? Would anyone like to ask any questions?
Ну, я, наверное, знаете, может, я начну, коллеги, но поддержат с точки
Maybe I'll
зрения...
start off. Hopefully, the colleagues will support me. It's technological cooperation and cooperation of companies. I think there are good initiatives out there relative to the factors I've mentioned. Good example would be various global initiatives that Russian companies are joining in. So responsible investment to work, and leading Russian companies are joining there. A good example is the transfer of best Western practices to Russian companies. The association of metal companies that as good examples where maybe it would make a lot of sense for Russian companies to participate, so that in interaction with their colleagues and peers, they could learn about new technologies and new practices, but also adopt new technologies. So just looking for points of cooperation would be would make a lot of sense for Russian companies.
Of opportunities for cooperation with the other companies. Any comments?
So Guy, from BP's point of view, I completely agree with Igor and the other panelists that cooperation is the key. And actually, you know, Russia can play a big part in this when we talk about both ESG and particularly environmental and, you know, decarbonization of the economy. It's one of the biggest producers of oil and gas in the world. It's got this wonderful endowment of desire to educate. It's got a very, I think, technically competent workforce. And I mean, I think there's as much the West can learn from Russia as the other way around. And business is where business is doing more cooperation at the moment and collaboration in many ways than the politicians and diplomats are able to do right now. And I think it's one of the big differences between our times now and perhaps, you know, 50 years ago, is the acceptance of business as a way of cooperating. So we see a lot of benefit in that. And frankly, I don't think the world can really decarbonize and move on this agenda without Russia, its contacts and its, you know, its ability to play in this space. So we must encourage it. And I really want to say a big thank you to you and to Alf and to Roger for putting these fora together, because of course it's a way where I hear and get a chance to deal with these great colleagues. So thank you for doing that.
I agree. We should all thank Alf and his team are doing a wonderful job bringing together so many both Russian and British organizations, and at the same time various state bodies from both sides. Elena, do you have anything to add? We're going to wrap up in a couple of minutes, then maybe Vadim a last word. Final comments. Right. Okay. Well, in that case, I think we're almost ready to hand over to Alf. Vadim, do you have any final comments? You didn't manage to get in a little earlier.
I think we'll take that as a. Oh, maybe.
Vadim, последняя chance.
No. Okay. I think, Guy, the time is up anyways. Thank you very much to you for moderating. Thank you for your kind words as well. And of course, thank you to the panel for that fascinating conversation. It is clearly an area that we in the RBCC aim to explore further. And in our subsequent conferences, hopefully we will develop some of the themes you've spoken about today. Guy, a big thanks to you. I know you have a plane to catch. I hope you make it. I hope your PCR test is in order this time, and we very much look forward to seeing you back in Moscow as soon as possible. Well, hopefully today. For the audience, thank you very much. That concludes the first part of the forum today. We're going to take a short pause to allow you to catch up with your emails or grab a coffee, and we'll be starting again at 1300, 1 p.m. UK time sharp. That's 1500, 3 o'clock Moscow time. Please rejoin. We have the continuation of great panel discussion, this time on hydrogen and the role that it might play in the transition to a cleaner energy. And then we will conclude with a blitz interview. There's Her Excellency Deborah Bronnert and His Excellency Andre Kellen. So please come back and we will see you in half an hour. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. How it fuels the green transition in the extractive industry. Today's expert moderator is Charles Hendry, who is currently president of the RBCC's Advisory Council. And Charles has had a long and illustrious political career, including being Minister of State for Energy from May 2010 until September 2012, and held the portfolio of the Conservative Party's spokesman on energy issues for longer than any other spokesman. Charles, thank you very much for agreeing to moderate. The floor is yours.
Well, Al, thank you very much indeed, and delighted to have the chance to chair this important session this afternoon. And I'm delighted that we are able to go ahead with the forum today and the continuing challenges which we face. I think we all look forward to next year when we can meet together in person, and indeed hopefully to our Russia Talk event in the autumn, when hopefully we can all be together in person. This afternoon we're going to be looking at the role of hydrogen. That we have an expert panel to help us address some of those issues. We have an ever increasing focus on climate change in all activities, in all business sectors, and particularly in relation to the extractive industries and into the energy sector. I think it's very striking that we're doing this at the same time that Alexei is in Moscow having the conversations with the Russian government ahead of the climate change talks in Glasgow at COP26 in November. And when I attended SPIEF, the St. Petersburg Forum in June, I was particularly struck that the president himself spent about a quarter of his speech talking about environmental issues and climate change matters, which shows how this has moved up the agenda. Even 2 or 3 years ago at the St. Petersburg Forum, we would not have had that same focus on environmental and climate change issues. Some elements in that progression are going to be completely clear. The increasing role of low carbon sources of power, be they renewables or nuclear, the role of energy efficiency, all of those issues we can see the trajectory moving forward. But what is much less clear is how we deal with the issues of heat. How do we decarbonize heat? And that is where we need to address the role of hydrogen. And then in relation to that, is hydrogen going to play a role in transport? Will that be for cars, or will it be for larger vehicles and trains? Will it be for the excavation vehicles in the extractive industries? What role will it play in the domestic heating of our homes, where certainly in the United Kingdom we have a strong reliance on gas? Will hydrogen start to play a role in those areas too? Or will it be, as most people are suggesting, primarily be for industrial purposes and removing perhaps some of the need for gas in the heating of the big industrial complexes? There's clear scope, we know, for cooperation between Russia and the United Kingdom. Within the margins of SPIEF, there were some very useful conversations about how we could see some cooperation. And those are some of the issues which I want to explore today. We have a panel of 3, and the first person I'll ask to speak is Robert Kirkhope, who's the General Director of Vitol in the CIS. Previously, he had looked after Vitol's interests in Latvia. Vitol is the largest independent energy trading company in the world. And Vitol is doing some really important work in hydrogen, particularly in some of its projects here in the United Kingdom. So Robert, can you tell us a little bit, first of all, about where you see the role for hydrogen going forwards and the work which Vitol is doing in that regard?
Thank you, Charles, and obviously the Chamber for giving me the opportunity to be on the panel today. I believe we need to put hydrogen into the context of the aim of transition to a net zero emissions and decarbonising our economy. I don't believe it's a solution in itself. As you mentioned, the president of COP, Alexei, elegantly reminded everyone last night at the ambassador's residence in Moscow about the Paris Agreement signed by 196 states. I mean, it states to substantially reduce global greenhouse gas emissions in an effort to limit global temperature increase in the century to 2 degrees above pre-industrial levels and try and limit to 1.5. So I think we need to see it in the context of that. However, we have relied ever since the Industrial Revolution on non-renewable sources of energy dominated by originally coal, oil and natural gas. So it's not easy to weed ourselves off our addiction to carbon-heavy fossil fuels. In addition, global energy demand is expected to increase by 48% over the next 20 years, and that's according to Bloomberg. So I believe we need to look at a broad energy mix and government policy to help us transition to net zero. Clearly, renewables of wind, solar, hydro are the ideal ways to meet our zero emissions targets. Oil and gas, we believe at Vitol, will remain a key part for some time, but will obviously need to be replaced. So hydrogen is one solution, possibly for more heavy industry, as you mentioned, Charles, in shipping, heavy logistics like trucks. My concern would be to make sure that the hydrogen is produced ideally from renewable sources, so green hydrogen, or secondly, blue hydrogen from natural gas with carbon capture. But blue hydrogen won't lead to zero emissions, so not all carbon can be captured. So again, a transition period. A big challenge for the Russian state, and one which seems to be taken seriously, and perhaps with with a bit of alarm, especially at the speed of change in Europe and the UK, is aiming for. Vitol sees hydrogen as part of our energy mix and our energy offering. Currently, predominantly oil, gas, LNG. We have renewable investments and wind and solar. But we are investing in hydrogen, and as you mentioned, Charles, you have well, you didn't mention this, but you mentioned our investments in the UK. We have the Humber Zero project, which is a hybrid carbon capture and storage hydrogen project. So it's using traditional fuels or hydrocarbons, but with the aim of storing under the North Sea, with carbon capture, and then also tapping into renewables or wind offshore, and when there's excess energy produced to be able to create hydrogen itself from a renewable source. So it's that sort of mix. It's not perfect, but it's the way forward to try and meet these sort of targets from 2030 to 2050. Vitol also recently acquired 5 highly efficient gas turbine energy generation units in the UK, and we're looking at whether we can learn from the Humber Zero project and whether we can sort of roll those sort of lessons out onto it. Other things we're looking at, which perhaps in a smaller scale, is in shipping. So we're looking at having dual-use tankers. Those predominantly will be looking at LNG, but we're also looking at investing in fuel cells, so hydrogen fuel cells for vessels. And I noted today when I was researching some of this that actually Shell are already trialing off Singapore some vessels. So it'll be very interesting to see whether we can actually use hydrogen efficiently. There are going to be big challenges. It's less energy dense, so people will have to accept that there'll be a loss of cargo capacity. And then it's the logistics of supply. So when you don't have a hydrogen supply network in place, shipping won't be able to easily overcome that. However, perhaps in a place like ferries, cruise ships that have known routes, they can actually start using this more readily. And I noted that Norway have actually, from 2026, are insisting on having emissions-free cruise ships and ferries. So you're seeing government policy affecting decisions of if you want to go there, then you're going to have to be emissions-free. We're also looking at heavy trucks. Can they actually use hydrogen rather than electric batteries? So for longer journeys, perhaps on known routes, they could be an efficient source. So I hope, Charles, that sort of starts your sort of thought process.
Robert, thank you very much indeed, and certainly it does help get us off to a really good start. What I'll do is to bring in Joan and Anton and then develop some of those themes in the course of the conversation. And to those listening online, that if you've got particular questions and points you want to make, please do send those through to the RBCC administration team, and then they can make sure that they're relayed through to us on the panel. Delighted to welcome now Joan McNaughton. Joan is chairman of the Climate Group. The Climate Group is a not-for-profit organisation which advises governments and business leaders around the world on how they can progress towards zero carbon. Joan has a very distinguished record in government, in the European Commission, and now in industry, and working with a range of NGOs as well. She's on the board at EN Plus, and we were very pleased indeed to have the chairman, Lord Barker, my former ministerial colleague, on one of our panels earlier today. Joan, from your perspective, how do you see the progression to hydrogen? And particularly given your background in government, where do you see the particular roles and challenges which government need to help to address?
Thank you very much, Charles, and thank you to the RBCC for convening this panel and inviting me to participate. To your question, I think Robert has actually outlined very well the various areas where hydrogen will be needed, because frankly, we don't see another solution at the moment. And if we're going to get to net zero by 2050, we can't sit back and wait for new silver bullets in those areas, particularly those harder to abate sectors. So I absolutely agree with him. It's going to have a crucial role to play. I think there's some interesting questions around where you prioritise it, because Robert himself highlighted the issue over supply. At the moment, supply is, well, it's a nascent industry, really, in the context of supporting net zero activities. And it needs to build, and it needs to build very rapidly, because if we're going to get to net zero by 2050, the developed countries have to halve their emissions by 2030. This really is a decade for action. So it is good that businesses like Vitol and N+, which you've mentioned, are on the case here. And I'll come back to the supply issue in a moment and what N+ is doing. But I think the key answer to your question is that the pace of development of the hydrogen economy, if you will, and the scale up of hydrogen, both supply and use, will really be driven by policy actions from government, because the market alone is not going to opt for what is, after all, a rather more expensive solution than the more energy dense ones. And one element of that, of course, is going to be carbon pricing, but that's not everywhere, and it's not necessarily completely at the level it's going to be needed. The second thing really is going to be correcting for what is that market failure, which is government regulation and incentives, because they're going to be needed to help develop the market for hydrogen. Many countries have ambitious targets and are committed, many are committed to net zero, many have ambitious targets even for hydrogen. I mean, in the UK, 5 gigawatts by 2030, underpinning a lot of jobs, possibly up to several thousand jobs. But it needs a lot of investment from the private sector. And Russia too is aiming to be a market leader in hydrogen production and export. And so it should be, because it's got terrific resources, and it's also got a terrific scientific and technology base for doing so, as well as proximity to two of the biggest markets, namely Europe and Asia Pacific region. So the potential is there, and the ambition is there to export, to start exporting by 2024, and to build up to a very material export market by 2035. And that's all fantastic. But if that market is going to be there, then governments individually and together are going to have to get their arms around how they deliver these ambitions, and that will require a lot of investment from the private sector and what you might call investment grade policy frameworks. And the UK has done some good things on this. It's set out its 10-point plan for delivering net zero. It's got some pilots, one of which Robert again has mentioned. But actually, it's delayed the publication of its hydrogen strategy. And that's a concern to many people working in this area, because we need clarity. We need clarity over the kind of markets that are going to exist in the different areas of transport and industrialization and so forth. But to come back to the supply challenge, which will be driven by private investment, facilitated by the right policy frameworks, I'm very pleased to say that M+ is well placed here to contribute. We've made the commitment to be net zero ourselves by 2050, and we're helped in that by the fact that nearly all, 98% of our energy needs are supplied by our fantastic hydropower resources. However, they've got greater potential. And with the new energy modernization program supported by the Russian government, there will be additional generation from those hydropower assets. And we're exploring a scope for using that to produce green hydrogen for some of our own projects and green hydrogen for others. We're looking at pilot projects on transport, particularly in the Krasnoyarsk region. And we are looking at developing further renewable resources to build our ability to produce hydrogen into the market for others to use. And one other rather exciting possibility is that, of course, transport will be key, as will be storage. And we are doing a lot of R&D and exploring the potential of developing aluminium tanks using our high quality, low carbon aluminium for that purpose. So overall, I think we've got to have this collaboration between governments, which will be hopefully pushed forward at the conference in Glasgow. But we also need collaboration between governments and business to get the right frameworks to give business a clear sense of direction on what the market is going to be like, what the market potential is going to be like, and to provide for that market to evolve without distortions and without barriers to trade. And those are some very big issues, I think, for governments to get their arms around. And I hope they'll take advantage of the expertise that exists in business to help them to do so.
Joan, thank you very much indeed. And fascinating to hear you talking there about how EM Plus is addressing some of these issues. And I think that just shows the pace of change here. That if you just go back 2 or 3 years, really, you wouldn't have found large aluminium companies and companies in those sectors looking at how they could become significant hydrogen players. And I think that just shows that it's not just for the energy companies. This is something which goes right across many industrial bases as well. I'm delighted that as our third speaker, we have Anton Moskvin. Anton is Vice President for Marketing and Business Development at Rosatom Overseas, which is the global arm of Rosatom. That has worked extensively with the company in a whole range of different areas and understands many of those different global markets. Anton, from Rosatom's perspective, how big do you see the opportunity for nuclear in the hydrogen sector? And how do you see Rosatom as a company looking to work with others to help to develop some of these opportunities?
Уважаемые коллеги, уважаемый Чарльз, спасибо за
Dear colleagues, dear Charles, thank you for the invitation. I will formulate our current plans in Russian and the status of development according to different directions. First of all, I'm glad to take part in this event. I absolutely share the insights of Robert. I believe that hydrogen-related technologies may play a key role in achieving carbon neutrality. Carbon energy is one of the priority directions for us. We're setting fairly ambitious goals for ourselves on a short-term basis, first of all, such as developing competitive technologies and implementation of the first pilot projects in various sectors of the application of hydrogen. In terms of our program of research and development, we are carrying it out across all the stages of technological chain. As far as production of hydrogen, our priority is low carbon technologies, both with the use of nuclear and renewable energy and natural gas. I'd like to emphasize this neutrality which we have chosen for ourselves with regard to the sources for the production of hydrogen. We're conducting the development of electrolyzers, conversion of metal, capturing of carbon, and fuel elements. We're also developing modern containers to store and transport hydrogen. And one of the most promising developments is a specialized nuclear energy technological station based on the so-called high temperature gas cooling reactor. As part of this process, we envisage the methods of conversion of methane with the capturing of CO2. So the next few decades, we see great prospects for such solution in production of low carbon hydrogen in large amounts. More than that, over the last few years, we've been working on several pilot projects. Our model, business development, implies developing this direction in three sub-directions, such as local projects in Russia, projects of export of hydrogen from Russia to countries of the European Union and the Asian Pacific region. And also we envisage implementation projects in other countries. Today, we mostly act as developers and investors, sometimes in technology partner in some pilot projects. Just to cite a few examples, in recent times, the east of Russia, we've arranged with the government of Sakhalin to develop full-scale hydrogen cluster. As part of this cluster, we expect to put together different elements of the chain of life cycle of hydrogen energy to produce hydrogen in this region of Sakhalin and to have storage and transportation there and application in different sectors of the economy. Together with the Russian Railways and Russian Railway State Corporation, we're completing the work on the project of organizing railway passenger transportation in Sakhalin. So-called hydrogen trains, which will transport residents of Sakhalin with the use of hydrogen technologies, low carbon hydrogen. Besides this, in the month of April, we signed an agreement with the French company Air Liquide to work on the project of organizing a large-scale production of hydrogen for export purposes. Here we're talking about export to the countries of Pacific Asian region, such as Korea, Japan. Sakhalin, as you know, has significant advantages as far as hydrogen production, such as the available natural gas and also the proximity to prospective customers. We're conducting negotiations with Korean, Japanese customers, and we're thinking of longer chains of supplies. As far as the western part, our main priority is production of hydrogen based on the Polish nuclear station, and a similar potential we see in developing the production of green hydrogen with the use of wind energy. You may be aware that Rosatom is one of the largest developer of wind parks in Russia. So in this sense, it's a very organic decision for us to put together wind parks with the production of hydrogen, again, for purposes of local consumption as well as export. And finally, we see significant prospects in the area of decarbonization of industry. We started to work on the projects of production of hydrogen for the consumption at one of the mining enterprises in Russia. we, again, together with Harley Kit, we've signed an agreement with the Metal Invest company, which is one of the world leaders in the production of metal, iron, and we expect this project to be implemented. Of course, there are different ideas for transportation, other areas. We are trying to promote those too. We believe that we need to be active in developing technologies in hydrogen energy, to develop infrastructure and chains of supplies, international cooperation. In this sense, we are interested. We're keen to cooperate with companies from Great Britain. And I'd like to emphasize such cooperation could be with regard to technology, as well as with regard to implementation of joint commercial projects in production and ship supplies of hydrogen.
Anton, thank you very much. And that sort of takes me very well into my first question to the panel here, which is that as a chamber, it's our role to try and stimulate cooperation and partnerships between companies in Russia and the United Kingdom. That from Vitor's perspective, Robert, and from Anton's perspective at Rosatom, how do you practically see that we can develop those partnerships? We've been encouraged by Minister from the Russian Ministry of Trade and from Graham Stewart from the United Kingdom that we should be developing those opportunities in the low carbon sector. What practical steps should we be trying to achieve? And Joan, from a broader perspective, how do you think government can help to bring those partnerships together? Is that something which should be left to the private sector, or does government have, do you think, a role in trying to stimulate that? Perhaps we can come to Robert first, and then Anton, and then the broader government perspective.
Thank you, Charles. If you look at Vitor, we're an international trading company, so I think our strength would rely on trying to create price discovery, i.e., to try and effectively know what actually a market would pay for goods. So if we're going to look at an open market, I think that's a role we could play. I appreciate today the hydrogen market is not providing that, and hydrogen is actually very expensive, so it isn't competitive, and that's where governments have to come in to see what governments can do to make the difference. We can look at investment as Vitor, and we're looking in at projects. Predominantly the projects we're looking at now are with gas, LNG, but some of those could become relevant to hydrogen as export facilities. So as hydrogen develops and we get critical mass, then perhaps we can convert those potential investments into hydrogen appropriate assets.
Thank you. And Anton, you were talking about the willingness for Rosatom to look at international partnerships. Can you give us some examples for how that's working and how it can be taken forward with the UK?
Well, as a minimum, let me emphasize the agreement. In fact, several agreements were already signed with the Harley Kit company, which is one of the leaders on the international hydrogen market, and in general, the production of environment-friendly gases. It's important for us that our technological partners and our investment partners who could help us in implementing specific projects, both in Russia as well as in other countries. In this sense, we're just beginning this journey in the area of hydrogen energy. So this kind of support from competent companies would be very important for us. As far as Russian-British cooperation, I believe that in Great Britain there is lots of strong technological companies as far as hydrogen energy in different niches. So from time to time, we actually, in our developments, we actually rely on the experience of Great Britain in the use of hydrogen-based transportation. It's really important for us because in Russia there are plans to promote such transportation, such as buses that run hydrogen that are in use in London now. Also, we're interested in the experience of developing of hydrogen clusters. We also followed the route of developing such clusters in Russia. Rosatom is one of the key partners of the first clusters that we are launching now. So I should think such cooperation would go a long way to help us. And I believe this could be kind of cooperation that would imply maybe exchange of experience. Let's say at a minimal level of depth interaction, as well as more in-depth cooperation as far as mutual use of technologies, possibly transfer of technologies, the use of maybe British technology in Russian projects, and maybe implementation of joint investment projects. It would be important for us either in Russia, or such projects also could envisage maybe production of hydrogen for purpose of local consumption or for export. And possibly there are projects, such projects in Great Britain, where our experience, our competence as a large energy company could be also of interest to the other party.
Thank you. So, Joan, we've heard there two corporate perspectives, an openness to cooperate, a desire to find the right way of taking that forward. Is this something which can be left to the private sector in both countries to develop this? Or do you think government needs to be more directly engaged in helping to make that happen?
I think government has to be more proactive, Charles, is the short answer to your question, but I'll explain in which ways. Obviously, private sector companies will set up their own partnerships, and we've heard about some of them already today, which are very promising. But if you're going to get a whole cross-sector approach, then I think that needs to be at least facilitated by government. We've had one recent example, which was very successful in the UK. The government set up a task force to look at bringing down the costs of offshore wind. And you may be very familiar with this already, but maybe not everybody on the call will be. And that succeeded in dramatically reducing the costs of offshore wind and bringing it to a much more competitive position. And frankly, I thought it would attain in the few years since it happened. And that delivered through a lot of cross-learning and cross-fertilization of ideas, and obviously applying the perspectives of different companies along the supply chain to that particular issue. And so I think there is a role for government in that kind of initiative, and also government to government sharing. There are lots of things government can do, if you will, to create the ecosystem for cost reduction. I mean, we are talking about now in some countries, carbon taxes. The issue of tariffs generally is quite a live and almost neuralgic one for several sectors. And I think governments collaborating on that to make sure that they achieve their respectable policy objectives, by which I mean preventing carbon leakage, but not, defaulting to a very protectionist model, can be attained, but can be attained while trade and cooperation can still happen cross-border. And so standards and taxonomies are going to be extremely important. I think overall, there's still a lot of work to be done on business models in such an immature market as hydrogen. And the government has got, in the UK, has got work going on that, which again will go across the whole supply chain. And we've yet to see those results, but I'm sure they will contribute. But my final comment would be that by setting good, clear, consistent policies backed by predictable regulation, governments can actually reduce the cost of capital. And for a capital-intensive sector like the hydrogen sector will be, particularly green hydrogen with the upfront cost in renewables or nuclear, other low-carbon sources, that's really crucial. It's so crucial to the overall cost of the projects. And governments can unwittingly really destroy the viability there by flip-flopping on policy or by unwise short-term interventions. So I think we all are pleading for a strategic approach, a clear sense of direction and consistency.
You can see me smiling, Joan, because some of those comments about government tie in with my own recollections a little bit. I actually set up the offshore wind cost reduction task force, and I always give it as an example of how government and industry can effectively work together in setting a strong target, but then actually involving industry to work out how you're going to meet it. And the target we set was for the cost of offshore wind to come down to £100 per megawatt hour for new investment decisions being made in 2020. In fact, it had come down to almost half of that for decisions of plant actually being built. So the industry responded in the most magnificent way. But you and others have also commented on the high cost of hydrogen, and I want to explore that a little bit further. Is it realistic to think that hydrogen can ever compete with the higher carbon fuels, or would we expect to just put up the taxes on carbon emissions in order to make it more of a level playing field? So can it be fully economic, even if we look 10, 20 years ahead? Or do we have to raise the costs of other carbon emitters in order to make it economic? So, Anton, you're from Rosatom's perspective, that they're obviously one of the largest generators of low carbon electricity, one of the cheapest and most affordable generators. Do you see this as being something which can be economic?
Да, Чарльз, я считаю, что ядерная...
Yes, Charles. I believe that nuclear energy could make a significant contribution towards optimizing the cost of production of hydrogen while maintaining all the demands for low carbon demand requirement in hydrogen production. As you know, in production of nuclear energy, there is no carbon being produced. No carbon dioxide. It's absolutely pure source. Another significant advantage is the fact that nuclear stations are operating in the basic mode of power generations. This is a stable, reliable source of electrical power. And as far as major production, international shipments, large amounts of hydrogen, then of course you would have to rely on reliable source of generation, and nuclear energy basically does provide big opportunities for such production. As far as the cost of generation, one of the key advantages of nuclear power stations is actually the cost of power being so predictable. The electrical power component, the component of the tariff, the capital costs are one of the components. So once you've built nuclear station, you've done it once, and then for decades you can actually predict the cost of power energy without serious adjustments. Of course, to build a major business, to set up large-scale chains of supply, being able to predict the costs is a very important element to predict the cost of hydrogen production. According to estimates, the production of hydrogen, of course, will be going down, which will be due to new technologies in production. Also, we believe in conversion of methane, also electrolysis method. And the nuclear energy, again, does provide opportunities for hydrogen production with the use of both kinds of technologies, both electrolysis and conversion of methane. So I believe that we have every prospect for such development. But as far as, say, on a larger scale, of course, we need technologies for transportation. Much will ride on that. The cost of hydrogen, a large element of the cost of hydrogen is the cost of transportation of hydrogen over long distances. I would say here we're talking about several dozens of percents. One other critical element as far as technology is technology of long-term underground storage of carbon dioxide. If as far as maybe hydrogen methane conversion today, which today is the most competitive technology, we could launch this initiative, but here we need to make sure that large amounts of carbon dioxide that to be produced in this process would be safely stored underground. There are very few such technologies, not too many. They're fairly expensive too, as far as capturing CO2 and as far as storing it underground. So I would think it's one of the critical elements.
Thank you, Anton. And Joan, you see this from both sides of the equation in a way, from EM Plus's perspective as a company involved in doing it, and obviously from the broader policy perspective. Do you see it from EM Plus's perspective as something which they can aspire to do on an economic basis, or will there be a continued need for subsidies or, as I say, carbon taxes to push up the cost of carbon emissions?
Charles, I think the two things come together. N Plus will be able to do it partly in a favourable position because of access to abundant and cheap renewable sources of electricity for producing green hydrogen. But if they're going to succeed in becoming cost competitive with others, you're going to have a carbon price, or very stringent regulation. And I think probably one ought to be moving down the direction of carbon pricing, whatever form. But the key things that government can do to help here, I think, are to offer the right support and investment frameworks for the infrastructure, because individual companies really can't build out that infrastructure themselves in an industry where the returns are yet so uncertain. Obviously, decades ago or longer, you built an oil pipeline or a gas pipeline because you could see you were going to make a lot of money, and the risk-reward ratio was acceptable. But I think with hydrogen, companies really need to be confident that the governments are going to pursue it on the scale required to enable that infrastructure to return its cost, to wash its face in project terms over its lifetime. And because it's needed by so many different sectors and companies, I think there's a role for government there. Maybe in the overall planning and strategic approach, but looking to the market for delivery. The other thing I'd like to mention is the pace and the scale, because of course the input costs came down with renewables very dramatically once the scale reached a certain point. We need that to happen. It's already happening to some degree with electrolyzers, but there's no doubt there's room for far more progress there. And if we could get that ramp up, then that's another cost that will come down. I would like governments to learn the lessons from CCS, because CCS has not yet got to the point of reducing the costs through scaling up, and it's taken far too long. I was actually working on this in government in the early 2000s, but it's been stop-start with money given, pilots started, then stopped. I'm talking about the UK, but some other countries as well. And so it's never really had the opportunity to do what's been done with solar, for example. And we don't want that to happen with hydrogen. And CCS is important also because of its role in helping with the transition and delivering blue hydrogen until we can get to a sufficient supply of green. So I want government to learn those lessons, to be more vigorous in driving the hydrogen market through their policies and actions with more urgency. And, you know, while one understands what some of the reasons were for the bumps in the road for delivering on CCS, let's learn those lessons and let's make sure with hydrogen that we get on quickly. And if governments are seen to be committed to that, then the risk-reward equation goes in the right direction, and that reduces the cost of capital as well. So I think in principle, it could be competitive, but it needs a lot of things to go right.
Thank you, Joan. And Robert, from Vitol's perspective, the largest independent trading company in the world, but much more than that. It's a company which has a unique insight into virtually every type of energy generation and all types of energy sources. What sort of role can a trading company, a trading house, bring to help to make this more economic and to expand and increase the rate of development of an industry such as hydrogen?
Thanks, Charles. Before I get on to that, I would like to sort of point out where I feel government, you know, we don't want to be moving the point of creation of carbon, and sometimes the fear when I sometimes look at, say, what we're trying to achieve in Russia is that it would be possibly to be exporting green hydrogen, but then be using carbon-heavy fossil fuels for its domestic industry. So we need to make sure that we're not just moving the point of where you know, carbon is being consumed, as it were. And I think that's where I think Europe and Britain needs to be very clear. And obviously, you pointed out that we actually haven't come out of our policy, which is disappointing. I think where I see hydrogen is with this excess electric generation of renewables. You know, obviously you get inconsistency of supply through for renewables, and where hydrogen, I feel, comes in will be as the point when renewables are overproducing, or rather than turning down a nuclear reactor, that's when it's used. It shouldn't be as a replacement for generating electricity, which is then used directly by a consumer, because it loses efficiency. So that's one sort of thing which I'm concerned often when I hear a lot of discussion on hydrogen. You know, with the trading company, I mean, you only have to go back sort of 40 years, and the oil industry was remarkably different. There wasn't price discovery. People generally had no idea what the real price of energy was. So I think, you know, trading houses, their abilities with arbitrage trading, i.e. seeing discrepancies in markets in different parts of the world and making sure product moves quickly and efficiently to those points to make sure you don't have unnecessary price spikes. You know, we like to see ourselves as very good at logistics, storage. So, you know, would it be converting our oil tanks into hydrogen storage tanks? And those are the opportunities. And I see very much that we need to have a very clear price for hydrogen so that we can actually develop a market. I don't think it's government to government. I think it's very much has to have a free market. It wasn't that long ago when oil companies produced their own oil, refined it, and sold it in their gas station. And it was only traders and sort of marketeers breaking into that broke up and created a more free market. So I think you need to have more and more buyers and sellers. You can't just have a few dominating.
Very good, and thank all of you for those responses. I want to come on to one further area before we have to bring the session to a close, which is on the transportation of hydrogen. The challenge has been made very clear about how difficult it is to transport hydrogen. You can't simply put it into the old gas pipe works. It will corrode and damage them too quickly. There's discussions about whether it should be mixed with methane so it can use those gas pipes, whether it should be transported as ammonia, or whether there are other ways of doing it, for example, the equivalent of LNG ships, but converted for hydrogen. I'd be interested to understand your thoughts for where you see the most promising opportunities in this regard. Anton, can I come to you first on this, because Rosatom has been actively looking at the export potentials. How have you been thinking about how you would then be able to develop this?
Транспортировка – это один из наиболее значимых.
Transportation is one of the most meaningful elements in the supply chain, in the production supply chain of the hydrogen, and we are paying a lot of attention to this segment. We began very seriously engaging ourselves into this in 2018 when we signed an agreement with the Japanese Ministry for Economic Industry and Trade, and within the framework of that agreement, we undertook to prepare a feasibility study for the delivery of hydrogen from Russia, meaning the technology of transporting hydrogen in the first place, and whatever was necessary in order to provide for the good infrastructure, like the storage systems, treatment. But at this point in time, I can tell you that we consider for ourselves several aggregate states, and we do see a lot of potential in transporting it in liquid form. Such technologies are not available. We are not able to transport hydrogen in big volumes because we don't have the necessary fleet for that. But nevertheless, the first few pilot projects and the first few pilot shipments could take place using the special kind of containers to transport the liquefied hydrogen. But later on, one should definitely require large-scale solutions. In an absolutely the same way, we attach priority to other methods of transportation, and we do see some potential in the ammonia as the form of transportation. There is quite a strong interest towards it right now. I mean, transporting hydrogen as ammonia, as well as the consumption of it, in developing a technology for utilization of ammonia in different sectors. I'd say that that would be in the first place in the energy industry, either burning it or using it traditionally as fertilizer, or in transportation, although in the transportation sector one should continue further developing the fuel cell technology, which could use ammonia, or develop the technology for its combustion. So I do think that there are other technologies. We are familiar with toluol and methyl hexane and other liquid carriers, organic hydrogen carriers, transporters, sorry. And so I believe that we are in such a situation right now that you shouldn't close the door on any technology, and one should continue developing different solutions and technologies for the transportation of hydrogen, and envisage for such a flexibility in any major projects that currently is being looked into. That's what we're following.
Thank you. And Robert, from Vitol's perspective, that you have experience of all forms of transportation of fuels, do you see some as being more promising than others for hydrogen?
I think, as mentioned by Anton, I think shipping will play a major part. We can keep it, as hydrogen. I think the problem with pipelines is, as I understand it, Nord Stream and Turk Stream, is you're going to have to mix it with at least 30% gas. So you're going to have that sort of problem. So your other option is to put gas to destination, then create hydrogen at end destination and do carbon capture. But I think shipping will have a major role to play.
Excellent. And then the role of the trading houses in making this possible is going to be pretty critical.
Yeah, it's part of the mix, isn't it? We're trying to work out how we decarbonize all the economies without sending us back to the dark ages. So it's going to be a combination of everything, but you know, we owe it to our children and hopefully our grandchildren and so forth too. You know, we don't want to be asked that question, do we? What were you, Dad, doing when, you know, we were talking about carbon zero?
Absolutely. Indeed. And Joan, finally, the final word to you, that thoughts on transportation.
I think there is just so much to try to understand here. Obviously, there is the problem in pipelines of having to blend the hydrogen, but it is being piloted in blended form in several countries now. I'm aware of pilots in the UK and the Northern Netherlands, for example. And as a way of accelerating the transition to low carbon heating, I wouldn't rule that out, even if ultimately you would then be looking to heat pumps rather than hydrogen, although I think hydrogen boilers seem to be promising, and heat pumps certainly are very expensive at the moment, and there's a whole skills issue about deploying them. As regards ammonia versus liquid hydrogen, what I'd really like to see is the kind of arrangement where the governments really drive the demand for the hydrogen and regulate the standards and give some sense of the strategic priorities for its use. And one of the strategic priorities, frankly, should be in areas where there is no alternative, such as the very hard to abate industrial processes. But beyond that, then the market should make the decisions about whether ammonia is the better course or liquid hydrogen. And so far as possible, I would always say for government, unless it's ruling out strategic choices, to be technology neutral in its regulation and incentives, because then the market can choose and can make decisions about what doesn't work quickly. They're better at doing that quickly than governments are, generally speaking. So back to that old partnership between governments and businesses.
Super, thank you very much. Well, look, we're at the end of our hour, so thank you very much to our panelists for taking us through this process. The hydrogen debate has a very long way to go. I think we're just at the early stages of it. It's really fascinating to hear what EM Plus is doing on it, what Vitol's doing in the UK, what Rosatom is doing already in Russia. As we move towards COP26 and those discussions, then this becomes all the more important. And it seems to me a really live and promising area of opportunity for cooperation between the Russian Federation and the United Kingdom. So thank you so much to our panelists, to Robert, to Anton, to Joan. And I pass you now back to Alf to move on to the next session. But thank you all so much.
Charles, thank you very much. And thank you to the panelists, Joan, Robert and Anton, for a really fascinating conversation. I've learned a lot about the subject, and I think it's still considered quite a niche area. So I think we've achieved something quite important in broadening people's understanding of it, especially as it can be such an important area for collaboration going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now about to start our final session, and that will be the moderated interview between the two ambassadors. Our chairman, Roger Munnings, will moderate the final session. Roger, over to you.
Thank you very much, Alf, and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Charles, for chairing that session. It was a particularly interesting discussion, and I liked the interaction on private business responsibilities and government responsibilities. I think it's inherent in government responsibilities that we have government-to-government cooperation, but I'll come on to that in a moment. Now is the time in the forum when we meet the UK ambassador to the Russian Federation, Her Excellency Deborah Bronnet, and the Russian ambassador to the UK, His Excellency Andrei Kelin. I'll introduce them briefly to you. Fuller CVs are included in the papers for the forum, and I commend them to you. Ambassador Bronnet took up post in Russia in late 2019. Immediately prior to that, and between 2016 and 2019, she was Director General Economic and Consular at the UK Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office, later Director General Economic and Global Issues. From 2014 to 2016, she was Chief Operating Officer at the Foreign and Commonwealth Office in the UK, having cut her ambassadorial teeth in Harare between 2011 and 2014 as ambassador to Zimbabwe. Prior to becoming ambassador to Russia, Her Excellency Bronnet had spent part of her diplomatic career in Russia as Economic and Trade Counselor between 2002 and 2015. His Excellency Andrei Kelin, holding the rank of Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Russian Federation, took up post as Russian Ambassador to the UK, also in 2019. Prior to that, between 2015 and 2019, Ambassador Kelin had been Director, Department for Economic Cooperation at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. And prior to that, between 2011 and 2015, he was permanent representative for the Russian Federation to the OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, having spent the 5 years between 1998 and 2003 as Deputy Permanent Representative of the Russian Federation to NATO. Excellencies, welcome and thank you for joining us this afternoon. Our forum today has been lively and constructive, and both Alexei Gruseff, Deputy Minister at the Department of Economic Development in Russia, and Graham Stewart, Ministry for Exports and Under Secretary at the Department of International Trade of the UK, were welcoming, and warmly so, to further trade and investment between our two countries. That message is of key importance to businesses doing or contemplating doing business between our two countries. So I'll start with a question to Ambassador Bronnet, if I may. First, Ambassador, thank you for hosting a reception for RBCC members and guests at your residence yesterday evening. We've had many positive reports about the constructive and enjoyable atmosphere. Our forum today is on the subject of COP26, as you know, the 26th iteration of the UN Conference on Climate Change being held in the UK in Glasgow this year between 31st of October and 12th of November, possibly one of the most important international meetings for a long time. By happy coincidence, Alok Sharma, who is President for COP26 and based in the Cabinet Office and a full member of the UK Cabinet, is in Russia at the moment and was at the reception last night. It's early days, but Ambassador, could you tell us about the purpose of his visit to Russia and his impressions?
Look, thanks very much, Roger, and to the RBCC for organising this, and I hope that all the participants and those online are well in these sort of rather difficult times that we're living through. So, in fact, I'm glad to say that the minister is no longer on Russian soil. We have just sent him off to. I'm just back from the airport, and we've sent him off to Vienna for his next series of meetings. But in many ways, I think it's not really a coincidence that the forum is focused on ESG issues and COP26, and indeed that the Alex Sharma, who, as you say, is a member of the British Cabinet, but is the person who's going to be chairing COP26 in November. That he's been in Russia for the last few days. I mean, we hope that COP26, for all our sakes, is not only the most important international meeting of the year, but in fact is the most important international meeting of the decade. And you know, why was he in Russia? Well, Russia is a signatory to the Paris Agreement and an important participant in the negotiations. And Russia is the world's, I think, 4th largest carbon emitter, and also has 20% of the world's forests. And of course, it's a major hydrocarbon exporter. So, I mean, I think it makes it fairly clear that Russia is an essential partner in addressing climate change, and Alex Sharma was very keen to come here. And I think, you know, was very pleased with the conversations that he had, the range of official meetings that he had, as well as the conversations that he had with economists, with business. I know he really enjoyed the RBCC reception, not just because England beat Germany at the football, but really appreciated meeting British and Russian businesses who were operating in Russia and talking to them about some of the issues around low carbon. I think it's really striking, certainly to me, that as in many countries, the debate around low carbon, around how to reduce carbon emissions, how to avoid dangerous climate change is really intensified in Russia. And certainly Alex was told about President Putin's engagement, about how strongly it's featured in speeches and discussion, both of the president, but also the government. He had very useful discussions about Russia's forthcoming long-term low-carbon development strategy. And of course, as he's doing everywhere in the world, he encouraged the Russian government to come forward with ambitious plans and targets, and in particular look at carbon neutrality target by 2050 and detailed plans to reach that. It's a big ambition, but I think he had a good series of discussions, and I think learned a lot about what Russia's already doing to respond. And as I say, was very encouraging to those he spoke to look at adopting this target, along with many other countries. So more than half, the biggest economies, of which Russia is one, have already had a target, and about 70% of the global economy now is covered by a national net zero target. So we're hoping that Russia will join with that. And if I can encourage all RBCC members also to look at joining the business and the Race to Zero campaign, because this is something, of course, it's not just for government, it's for business, it's for civil society, it's for all of us to participate.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I'd like to bring in Andrei Kalin now, and I'm fighting for a way to answer this question, because I don't want to slip into a discussion of difficulties at the political level, particularly last week. But it's clear from the conversation between Joe McNaughton and Charles that intergovernmental cooperation is going to be a huge push towards efficiency in the whole challenge of reducing carbon and improving environmental matters. Ambassador Kalin, are you confident that the Russian government is keen to cooperate on these issues with other governments around the world, and in particular the UK?
Спасибо за вопрос. Я
Thank you
очень рад
very much for
в первую
this
очередь
question.
принять
I'm
участие.
very happy in the first place to.
Перевод. Sorry, it's technical mistake.
I'm very happy in the first place to participate in this business forum after such a lengthy intermission in our bilateral contacts, and I would like to really thank RBCC, both of its communities and the partners and those who participated in setting this forum up, because I believe this is a great venue for an open, unbiased and unpoliticized debate over our economic issues and the future of our bilateral cooperation. So despite political difficulties between the UK and Russia, we continue to grow in our trade turnover, and a lot of references have been made to that, which I enjoyed hearing. And even if one considers certain statistical errors that the current crisis brought to, that doesn't alter the general picture. Quite evidently, the potential of our economic cooperation is enormous, and with full confidence, I must say that the Russian president and the Russian cabinet and the governments in the Russian regions are fully open and will be happy to see UK businesses in Russia. So our doors are wide open, and we're going to facilitate and help everyone who comes to us from the UK. The British companies will be able to make use of the business climate that continues to be improved, and in the World Bank doing business rating, we currently occupy the 28th position, and it climbs high every year, and that is being acknowledged by the businesses in different countries. And I would like to highly appreciate the boldness and the ingenuity of the business community in the way they go around various political barriers. And so, along with the continuing cultural relations, that constitutes quite a tangible line item in our bilateral relations, which proves that the political barriers and the sectional barriers don't really carry a lot of sense. But I will make a reference to the recent St. Petersburg Economic Forum that was attended by a lot of people from 142 countries, 13,000 participants, and that was already in-person attendance. That points to the openness of our country, towards the global cooperation.
Thank you very much indeed, Ambassador Kelly. And Ambassador Bronnet, the UK government has the same attitude on these areas to the Russian government in terms of the need to work together.
And I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear. The sound quality wasn't very good. So I'm sure I would want to agree with my counterpart in London. But if the question was around the importance of encouraging economic and commercial ties, then absolutely. And I'm sure you heard that from the Minister earlier today. And we have a team here in the embassy in Moscow who spend all their time trying to help British companies trade, and indeed a small team that helps Russian investors interested in investing in the UK. So that's not to hide from the difficulties in the bilateral relationship. Of course, there are very many profound differences, but I think there are areas, including climate, as both sides have just demonstrated with the visit that we've just had, but also in economic and trade and investment, where we are, I think both sides are supporting our businesses in their efforts to expand trade and investment.
Yes, thank you. Both ministers were extremely encouraging, warm and energetic, actually, and to an extent that that I'd not seen before on both sides. And so I think that bodes well. The pandemic has had some very, very nasty effects around the world, but it seems also to have had some positive benefits in terms of thinking and in terms of cooperation. Could I ask Ambassador Kellin how the pandemic is now being dealt with in Russia? Do we see an end of the tunnel so that we can travel more freely between our two countries again?
For quite some time, here in Russia, like the case was in the UK, the incidence was relatively low. I think that we're running in parallel in some way. And what's characteristic in Russia as well as in the UK, there is yet another small outbreak. It's somewhere about 20,000 patients are registered a day, and I hear that in the UK it's the same. But I am absolutely sure that this is a temporary thing, because a whole number of other countries demonstrated that these outbreaks, they are short-lived, but at the same time the current one has proven the importance of vaccination. And this is the journey that the UK has already gone through, because currently you had about 60% people double jabbed. We've got about 15, which is not too much. But the importance of the current period of time is that the people are aware that without massive vaccination, it's impossible to acquire herd immunity, and that shall continue. So I do hope that in both countries, this will soon be over.
Thank you. And Ambassador Bonnet, do you want to comment on the COVID position? I think it's clear that vaccination is the key to solving or alleviating the problem.
So look, I think vaccination is really important, and it's probably not the only thing, but yes, in the UK, I think we're something like 84% or maybe more adults have had their first vaccine, and 62% or something have had both, which is great. I mean, I think you know, it's been heartbreaking to see what COVID has done in the UK. It's been heartbreaking to see what COVID has done in Russia and in many other places. And the Russian authorities, of course, have been encouraging vaccination for some time, but that's really picked up pace now, particularly with the presence of the Delta variant in Russia, which, as in the UK, as in many other countries, is proving to be more infectious and making it even harder to control this horrible virus than previous variants. But certainly, as you know, for the UK, Russia is on the amber list. That means that there are provisions around self-isolation periods and testing and so on. And there are also restrictions on UK nationals coming into Russia. I think there's still a 2-week isolation period and of course a negative PCR test. So I think, you know, these things will change a little bit, but I suspect we, for some time to come, international travel will be marked by, you know, particular controls and we are all learning to live with that. But obviously, while hoping that vaccination programs will really take off and will therefore enable easier international travel, both between the UK and Russia, but also elsewhere as well. But I suspect we're going to have to live with this for some time to come, I'm afraid.
Thank you. And do we see do we expect validation of each other's vaccines in the near future in terms of presentation of evidence of vaccination?
So it's something that the UK government is looking at. If I may, I know that and sorry, Ambassador Kellen is better placed on this, but I understand that the Russian authorities have applied for Sputnik V to be registered by the WHO, and obviously that's the international organisation that looks at these things, as well as national bodies. Now, I don't think there's been an application by for Sputnik V to be registered in the UK, but I know that all of these issues are being looked at very carefully as to how to manage the different vaccines and what are the processes by which vaccines can be validated or not. As you know, in the UK at the moment, we've got I think 4 vaccines which have been approved by the MHRA for use, and those are the 4 that in the UK are approved at the moment. You know, and I think discussions are going to continue about how to do mutual recognition, how to have, you know, an internationalized scheme.
Mm-hmm. I think it's fundamentally important. Ambassador Kellen, do you want to comment, please?
Да, это хороший вопрос, действительно, о
Yes, this is a very valid question about the mutual recognition of vaccine, because we're currently going through the process along with the WHO and the European Medical Agency. We submitted our documentation, and certain verification processes took place and audits took place, and really minute comments have been expressed with regard to one of the manufacturing sites that we're currently responding to. This is one side of it, but the process is going on, and the way we understand it is soon going to come to its head. So it's important to understand what we're to do next. We believe it is important for our vaccines, such as Sputnik V in the first place, to be accepted in the UK, because this would enable truly for the mutual travel to develop. For example, today a plane from London left absolutely full, 400 seats, not a single vacant one. So that is for us to understand that from Moscow over to London, there is about the same kind of people who are traveling, and they are jabbed by different vaccines. And so currently in the European Union, there will be a vaccination passport established. And I know that the discussion about, creating a similar kind of a system is being discussed also with the UK and with other countries. So the whole issue about the mutual recognition. So it's all about recognizing a great number of people who have been vaccinated by the Russian vaccines. Currently, Sputnik V is being used in 60 countries, not only Russia, but there are additional 65 countries. So one way or another, we need to arrive at a solution. So we're currently trying to find out through which channels this can be done. So we're not yet having a clear answer, but we are raising this issue up to the level of the Foreign Ministry, and we hope that is going to be positively accepted by the UK side, because it's all about the people-to-people contact.
Yeah, thank you both. You can imagine that from businesses' perspective, it can't happen too quickly. We're very keen to be able to resume sensible travel between the two countries again. If we could move on to maybe a bit more positive line. What more can we've seen that trade between our two countries is increasing considerably. What more can the RBCC do to help trade, in your views, please? Maybe we start with Ambassador Bronnett.
Thanks very much. So look, as you know, Russia is an important trading partner for the UK. I'm just looking at our stats. So we're the 21st largest trading partner, accounting for 1.1% of total UK trade. And obviously that has been affected by the pandemic. So the stats I have in front of me are that it was amounted to goods and services exports and imports was 12.8 billion in the 4 quarters to the end of Q4 2020. So that was a fall of just under 12%. But I think, given the pandemic, that's not surprising. Obviously, that's something that we want to get back up again. Certainly the work that RBCC is doing and forums like today looking at low carbon and looking at the way all our economies will need to invest, will need to transform themselves, and trying to see which areas UK and Russian firms can really productively work together, I think is incredibly important. And I think I caught the end of a conversation about hydrogen, and that's clearly an area that certainly we think that Russia has huge potential, and it's an area that is very much part of our energy strategy as well. So working in that area, I think, is really important. Can be done in the service sector. So I think, working to look at what are the opportunities in the service sector that again would benefit British and Russian firms is something that would certainly encourage. And then I think there's a broader task which has been made more difficult in the pandemic, but it's also about opening up the whole of Russia to the UK. I mean, Russia, as you know, is a huge country and very varied country with, and I think from the UK, we often focus on Moscow and St. Petersburg, which are very important economically, of course, but actually helping businesses understand that there is a much bigger Russia out there, and with opportunities, whether it's in Yekaterinburg or in other parts of the country. I think that's also something that will be very welcome when it becomes easier to travel. I appreciate it's a bit complicated at the moment.
Yeah, it is, and as you know, it's part of RBC's sort of strategic framework to introduce the regions of the UK to the regions of Russia as far as we possibly can. And we've had to postpone a trip to Tumen a couple of times, which is a great pity. But we'll be on the case as soon as we can travel again. Ambassador Kellen, what in your view can we do to help trade between the two countries more?
Наверное, вы это знаете гораздо лучше меня, честно
Well, I
говоря.
think that you know this much better than I do, because over here, you know, what we basically can simply observe and, you know, reward some of those who were able to demonstrate success. And I would like to say that just about a couple of weeks ago, I was introduced to a UK company which is called Accelerate, and that brings new technologies into Russia by accumulating, you know, big data. This is a brand new area, and I was struck by the interest, and we organized a bit of a reception at the embassy, which was attended by other high-tech companies which operate in this area, which to me personally was so extremely interesting. And many of them, the representative of that company, he is creating a network of satellites over the whole globe and over Russia. This is literally a UK-Russia project, because they're being launched there by the Russian missile carriers, and that is a very important and very useful thing. So a lot can be done, first of all, to eliminate the political barriers, to improve the political climate, and we can do that. There's something that we already used to have, which is the Joint Trade and Economic Development Committee. This is the Energy, you know, committee, because this just used to be, and we can revive their activity and do some good work through them.
Thank you very much indeed. I think on that positive note, I'll bring the discussion to a close. We've had a very constructive forum today, and the energy for cooperation between the two countries at the micro level is enormous, and it seems at the macro level on positive areas is as well. We very much hope that's the case. Both ministers stressed it, and both of you have stressed it, and thank you very much. Let me also thank you, ambassadors. Firstly, Ambassador Bronnet for the reception yesterday evening and taking part today. Secondly, Ambassador Kellen for the reception which you will hold tonight, and for taking part today. We understand you're both extremely busy people, and we value your engagement very much indeed. I'd like to move on really to thank all of our speakers today. It's been, as I already said, a very constructive day. We've had some outstanding contributions, some great openness from everybody in the discussions in this area. I'd like to thank our sponsors, Vitol, who are platinum sponsors, N+ Group, who are gold sponsors, our silver sponsors, BP and Raven Russia, and our bronze sponsors, the International Fund for Technological Development. Thank you very much. I can see Vadim there on the screen, so thank you very much indeed. I'd like to thank our RBCC team, led by Alf Torrance. Alf, thank you. It's been a really positive day, and I'd like to thank James Lee, who's done a tremendous amount of work in the background, Alexandra Giannesso, who's also been helpful, and of course Sergei Averin, who is the member of our team who comes from the Russian Chambers of Commerce, and Olga Pechurina in our Moscow office, and Masha Sarkisova in our Moscow office. Thank you for the work that you put in daily for our organization. Lastly, I'd like to thank our members for attending today and for supporting us through what we all know has been a very difficult period. We hope that we can get back to person networking and discussion. I think we saw the value of that last night at the British Embassy residence. At least that's what all the feedback says. People were delighted to get together and chat on constructive issues. And with that, thanks to everybody for a very constructive forum, I'd like to bring today's events to a close. Stay well, everybody. Avoid the Delta variant if you can. Make sure that you have the vaccinations so that we can meet each other and share stories and network in person in the future. Thank you all very much indeed. Thank you.